Testing on you. Testing on YouTube. Testing 1, 2, 3. Okay, welcome everyone. We will call to order our Committee of the Whole meeting, and we'll start by recognizing that we live, work, and play in the city of Port Alberni, which is situated on the unceded territories of the Sishot and Hupachessit First Nations, and we're grateful to be here. We do have an agenda in front of us. Are there any late items to add from committee members? Councillor Solda.
Just a quick one, just an update on cold shelters where people can go in that. Maybe we could talk about that just live. Thank you.
We'll add that as new business item number 6. Okay, any late items from our corporate officer?
No late items, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Then would somebody like to move approval of our agenda with the late item? Moved by Councillor Solda, seconded by Councillor Dame. Seeing no comments on the motion, all in favor? Carried. Thank you. None opposed. And we have minutes from the meeting held at 6 p.m. on November 20th, 2023 as presented. Move to adopt by Councillor Solda, seconded by Councillor Dame. Seeing no comments on the motion, all in favor? Any opposed? None opposed. Carried. And we did have a note from Councillor Mealy that he is running late but will be here shortly. We'll move on to public input period, and this is an opportunity for the public to address council on topics of relevance to City Council. A maximum of 6 speakers for up to 5 minutes each will be accommodated. For those participating electronically, I will ask that you use the raise your hand feature, and then you'll be called on to speak in the order which your hands raise. Are there any members of the public who would like to come forward and speak during public input today? Okay, I've got Charlene first. Come on forward. And if you don't mind just introducing your name when you come to the microphone.
Hello, everybody, Councilman, Mayor. I guess you've all received the copy of the druthers that I delivered to you. And I hope you've had an opportunity to peruse it. I want you to read about Councillor Lisa Robinson, who had her paycheck frozen for a month and later for 3 months because she was fighting for her constituents regarding girls' safety in schools, bathrooms, where men who say they're women are allowed entry. There were other issues also.
Charlene, I just have to interrupt because this is regarding topics of relevance to City Council. Thank you. So if you could try to keep it to topics regarding that are relatable to City Council.
Well, I was just wondering, I just wouldn't want our City Council to freeze any of the council members' paychecks if they were to go against the agenda that's put through, and that's why I put that, I addressed the druthers to you, and that was the reason, because I wouldn't want that to occur here in our Port Alberni. Also, I'd like to discuss the issue of climate change, as City Council is promoting this subject and following the unelected UN agenda. It seems that a climate change agenda that is being promoted should actually state starvation policy. The reason I'm here is actually because I'd like to really educate you all, because I think that a few of you are unaware of what you're really actually doing, because you're following an agenda without really knowing the consequences from it. With the lessened use of nitrogen, one only gets reduced crops. A look at Sri Lanka, a once prominent country that exported rice, now is under a starvation regime dependent upon imports for food they used to have abundantly. So reducing CO2 levels, 10 years ago, CO2 levels in the atmosphere were at 12 parts per millions. An example has always been that pot growers would add CO2 to their greenhouses to enhance their crops. Last year, we were at 4.8 parts. Presently, we are at 4.12 parts per million, and plants are having a difficult time growing. Future goals are to have 0 CO2 emissions. And do you know what that really looks like? 0.2 emissions in the atmosphere means 0 life form. So think about that fact. You're promoting 0 CO2, hence you're promoting genocide for humanity. How do you explain this to the taxpayers? Why would you follow a non-elected UN agenda that promotes worldwide starvation? I'd like City Council to explain that to us. Thank you. That's all I have for today.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson.
Okay, I was somewhat reluctant to bring this up because I know I'm not going to be very popular, but I guess that's not unusual, is it? So, but it's something it's really important to me. And I'm referencing the meeting of December 11th, 2023. And the presentation presented by a large delegation requesting that City Council support them in their petition to Premier Trudeau a ceasefire in Gaza. And this is pertaining to the business. It was brought up at the City Council meeting. The presentation highlighted the suffering of innocent Palestinian people, including women and children. And I just want to mention that is a very sad result of this sort of disputes. The report referenced to stop the killing of Palestinian children, condemned the Palestinian racism and Islamophobia, and they referred to the more recent issue that we've had in this community regarding issues around hate. It's a terrible word, and sometimes it's abused. Sometimes it's a difference of opinion is portrayed as being hate. It's very difficult to fit everything together. The delegation also stated that a ceasefire is the first step in getting the international community to the table and figure out how to move forward in a peaceful manner. Well, it's been 50 decades, and the international community don't seem to be able to get together. The world today is full of hate, as we all know, especially in these recent times. And at times we don't recognize when we ourselves contribute and perpetuate this problem ourselves, sometimes unknowingly. But and I can give you the Russia, Iran, China. I will probably be upset by, a lot of people will be upset about me talking this way, but I'm not taking sides as to the Israel, the Gaza. I see both things, and the history is too complex to get into. And I'll touch on that in a minute with the decision of the council. To the delegation, I agree with most of what you said in your presentation, and thank you for sharing your opinions on an issue that the world leaders have not got the courage, and I believe it is, to address the issues in resolving this problem in a more permanent manner. This is a huge, complex situation, and I believe City Council should have taken time to discuss this issue before agreeing to the delegation's request. And why would you ask? No mention in the delegation's reports. And this is where I had a problem with them. They brought up some legitimate points. It's certainly very difficult for a lot of people in different parts of the world. No mention of the deaths of innocent Israelites, women and children, when Hamas invaded. 1,200 killed in a celebration, 240 taken hostages and still remain as hostages by Hamas. And I'm just thinking that possibly a letter, rather than, I don't know how, I'm not going to talk about how we respond or if we responded to it, but a letter in support of the delegation's December 11 would have been to, if it called for a ceasefire in Palestine with Hamas and Israel. Their delegation just talked about a ceasefire in Gaza. They only mentioned Israel on 2 occasions. Protect innocent people on both sides and work towards a long-term solution. Deaths of all innocent children, I think we agree, is important, not just in one particular area. I thought I had another one. Anyway, to City Council, it was a hard one, and Mayor Minions, you were not here, so I kind of felt for this, the mayor at the time, the place was packed full, and I thought, okay, it's a good way of getting experience, it certainly was. But I don't believe a municipal government has the authority to get involved in making this type of decisions, because what you really did was decide whether the implication given by the delegation was that they were not supporters of the Israel. That to me was very clear, and I wasn't here. I said I was at that meeting. I was listening to it at home, and when you agreed with them, that's a position for a lot of people that you might have left with them. Certainly with me. No mention of the deaths of the innocent Israelites, women and children, when Hamas invaded, killed 12 people, come down in parachutes with machine guns in what was a celebration event in a field, and took 240 hostages. They still have the hostages. I'm only bringing this up, not because I'm saying it was wrong. It's wrong for either side to do that, but it happened. It's very clear. And that's what we want to stop, not just on one side of the fence. Possibly a letter in support of the delegation on December 11th would have achieved the same goals if it called for a ceasefire in Palestine, Hamas, and Israel. And I think the city council should have taken the time to say, look, it's a complex situation. We agree with a lot of what you're saying, and it's a terrible thing around the world that the children are suffering in this way. People are suffering in this way. And I just think we should be more careful when we come up with who we're agreeing with and not agreeing with, because we heard a one-sided story on December the 11th, and I sympathize with the people. I'm not knocking them. I'm glad they came out, and I'm glad they spoke out. We need to hear all sides of an issue, and that's the only way these things are going to be resolved. But I think we were premature in saying we agree with them and that we'll adopt that motion.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson.
Okay?
Are there other members of, sorry, Councillor Patola.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to respond to Mr. Anderson along the same lines. I'm not inviting another argument from you, Mr. Anderson. I'm just going to respond to you from my point of view.
Mr. Anderson, if you could sit, just because you have spoken already, so I will allow Councillor Patola to respond, but we don't have a back and forth during this period, so I've actually given you 6 minutes, not trying to rush you, but want to give
No,
our
I
councillor,
appreciate it.
I want to give our councillor an opportunity to respond, and then if you would like to come up again, I do have a speakers list, so I will add you to it if you'd like to come back. Mr. Anderson, I am asking you to sit down. I will personally give you an opportunity to come back up if it is relevant. Yes, I will allow you to come back up if you put your hand up following the speakers list that's currently there. Thank you. Councillor Patola.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My response to Mr. Anderson is along the same thinking as I expressed in the December 11th meeting. And for the benefit of Councillor Mealy, who's not here, these are my observations and mine alone, although I hope some people share them with me. On that date, I stated that from my point of view, it was not a complex situation. Although I would agree that a historical disagreement between two cultures, a clash, if you will, is complex. And the resolutions to those complexities are, I would agree, not within the ambit of City Council to pursue. So City Council, in my point of view, at least when I voted the way I did, was not to say one side is right or wrong. It was not to intervene in the conflict, was not to do anything but, from my point of view, to speak to the uncomplicated part of that situation, which is people are dying, and I would prefer people didn't die. I choose pacifism. I follow a well-known statement by Martin Niemöller. First, they came for the communists, and I did not speak out because I was not a communist. Then they came for the socialists, and I did not speak out because I was not a socialist. Then they came for the trade unionists, and I did not speak out because I was not a trade unionist. Then they came for the Jews, and I did not speak out because I was not a Jew. And then they came for me, and there was no one left to speak out for me. The resolution passed by City Council, in my point of view, is taking the opportunity to speak out against an injustice and to petition for the end of that injustice, irrespective of who's at fault or how that resolution is to come about. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Patola. Next on our list, we have Ron at the back.
Thank you. Ron Corbeil, 2406 6th Avenue, Port Alberni. I'm going to talk about something a little bit closer to home, but just as complicated as maybe the last two speakers. And this occurred at the last council meeting where there were a bunch of motions that, and the term was rescinded, which was a little complicated to follow. And from what I gather, the vast majority of those motions have moved on to other venues, whether it's the official community plan or whatever, which is fine. One in particular that appeared to get left behind was a letter written to Western Forest Products to talk about keeping APD open. I know council was disappointed that didn't happen. I used a slightly stronger word than disappointed when I went, you gotta be kidding. And it just seems so easy to think, you know, the forest industry is a sunset industry, let's not worry about it. You know, there was probably 200 people working at APD at the time. It closed actually in October of 2022, so it's been a while. There's still somewhere in the neighborhood of 40 to 50 workers wondering what their future is. And, you know, they've been out of work for, you know, going on 2 years or a year and a half anyways. There's probably still close to 1,000 people in this valley that make their income from the paper mill, Franklin River, sand mill, the engineering crews, the road building crews. And I would hope that that letter still gets written. But I think that there should be a CC to the provincial government that we need something done in this community because this forest industry is going down the road. And it's horrible to see. I don't think there's a non-taxpayer funded job in this valley that employs more people than the forest industry. We've got things like Colson's, which all the credit to them out at the airport. You know, they're employing a lot of people, that's great. But I'm very worried that someday, if that paper mill shuts down, and I know you're going through a difficult budget time right now, just think what it would be like if that paper mill wasn't paying $4.5, $5 million property tax. It would be that much more difficult. That pulp and paper mill was built where it was because they used the residual fibers from the plywood plant in the sawmills. Those have all dried up. It's not out of the question for them to say, you know, we've got Crofton next to a bunch of mills over on the other side of the island. I'd hate to see that paper mill close. So for God's sakes, and I realize the council wanted the letter written. I'm not saying you're at fault, but how that slipped through the cracks is beyond me. And I would say still write it and make sure the provincial government's aware of it and bring people together so we can figure out what the future of forestry really is in this valley, because the future ain't looking too good right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Ron. And we will still write it. And I just want to say we don't believe the forest industry is a sunset industry. And myself and Councillor Haggard will be at the Truck Loggers Convention this year and the Council of Forest Industries convention coming up, myself and Councillor Douglas. So we'll certainly continue conversations as we always have. Probably see you there. And we will, somebody might want to write a letter to, or make a motion to write a letter to the province as well. But as you know, I think it takes a lot more than a letter, certainly a starting point though. Thank you. Are there other members of the public who'd like to speak today? Come on forward. Sorry, Mr. Anderson, this gentleman first, and then I will call you up.
Is it live? Laurie LaPlante, 3907 Maitland Street, Port Alberni. Born and raised in the valley. For the past 67 years, and 35 of that with the Coast Guard, I've up and down the west coast of North America and 4 times on the east coast, sharing my experiences of having one of the few, if only, heritage site steam-operated sawmill combined with a steam train that's a tourist attraction in all of North America that I have been able to find. all those times over the years I've reported and, how do you say, tried to encourage people to know about this unique opportunity for the tourism industry, and also for that we should actually contribute and support this wholeheartedly, for the simple reason that it is a unique item in North America that I've not been able to find another one like it, in that we have a National Heritage Site that is going to diminish and get rubbed out, if not maintained with some kind of tourist dollars and or city council support or provincial support. So I'm just here to offer my hope that city council and the public of Port Alberni will get behind and support the train system, if at all possible, and the reactivation of the logging show and the steam train in Port Alberni for the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Joseph and then Mr. Anderson.
Hi, Council and Mayor. My name's Joseph, and yeah, I hope I can get in under the 5 minutes. Last time during the meeting, there was a letter brought forward to the school district Pacific Rim. I was looking at selling some property on Anderson, and I sort of brought that up as once it's lost, it's lost. And so I thought, well, okay, I've got the letter. Is there more to it? So I went to the school board, and I encourage everybody to have a look at that. It's 13 pages on there regarding how the sale takes place, public input, all the different things that. So if you haven't done that as councillors and perhaps as community, have a look at that. It is on their website, and it gives you information on the process before it's actually sold. With that being said, I just want to highlight a couple things that are mentioned in there. It says the consultation process must include feedback on consideration of future enrollment growth in the district, including kindergarten to grade 12, adult program, and early learning, consideration of alternative community use of surplus space in school buildings and other facilities, and a fair consideration of the community's input and adequate opportunity for the community to respond to the board's plan for the property, which is the sale. So that's part of it. In there, it talks about alternative community use, and these are some of the uses that fall under that the school board could utilize it, or public could use it without it being sold. Early learning, childcare services, adults in industrial training, educational programs, family resource centers, seniors center, public libraries, healthcare and therapeutic services, local social services, community recreation programs. So there's a lot of things that it can be used for. I guess if somebody comes forward and says, we have an idea for that, then if that's spoken loud enough, I think the idea is it halts the process of selling it. Other considerations, it says there is also potential to dispose of the property by long-term lease to another long-term lease to a local government, community agency, or community organization for an alternate community. Sorry, I just lost my sliding. This alternate community use potential at less than fair market value. So, in other words, somebody comes forward, there's a potential to buy it or lease it at less than market value. So it doesn't actually go and sold on the open market for fair market value, which is interesting. The last thing it mentions on the last page, so as I say, encourage is it's how to submit your feedback. And you can go on there and it tells you by email different people you can contact and how to do that. On the very end of that submission, and I encourage everybody to have a look at this, is public feedback by survey. You can actually go and respond a number of different ways, but there's a simple thing, and it says it is an anonymous survey. So if the community's thinking of the school, part of the reading through that 13 pages, it mentions in the next 10 years, the school board says probably zero growth in, I think, if I didn't read it wrong, you can read it and correct me next time we meet. But I believe what it said was we're expecting zero enrollment above what currently exists in the next 10 years. I hope that's not the case for Port Alberni. I hope we see more families moving in. So again, that's just some of the things and the rationale it gives behind getting rid of surplus property. So I encourage everybody to have a look at that. So that's about it. I do have one other thing, if I may mention quickly. It's a safety issue. Johnson Road Street is very busy, as we all know. It has lots of potential spots for hazard and mishap. And just one thing, I could have brought this forward to perhaps somebody within, if I just came down to planning or spoke to somebody within City Hall. But again, just to bring awareness to council members and community. There's a light at Tebow that crosses Tebow at the McDonald's. And currently, I'm fairly able-bodied. I don't have a mobility issue at this point. That can change. But I walk across at a fairly good speed. By the time the light changes and it says walk, this is going, I guess that's across Johnson on Tebow. And I get to the sidewalk on the other side, and I start walking as soon as it gives me the walk signal. My foot hits that sidewalk, and it's yellow. There's no time for if I have a mobility issue. There was a lady the other day, I was walking with her. I stepped back, walking with a cane. She made it to the third lane. It was red. She started at the same time I did. And I thought, okay, fine, the cars were stopped, they were waiting. But if there had been a van parked in that third lane and the light turned green and a car it's green, they're going, is not going to see her. If she would have stepped out in front, she wouldn't be here today. So please look at that. Just give more time on that light for people with mobility issues to make sure they get across the street. So just to bring that up.
Thank you
And
very
that's
much
it.
for that,
Thank you.
Joseph. I saw our CAO jotting that down, and that is a provincial road, but we will bring that to the Ministry of Transportation right away. We have regular meetings with them, and thanks for your comments as well on the no growth expected in the school district. It makes me think we need to be more, we communicate regularly with the school board, but it makes me think we need to be a little bit more joint in our planning with them. They've been really engaged actually in our official community plan work, so it does surprise me that that would be the formal position. So thanks for bringing that to us. And we have meetings with their board as well, so we can chat about that and hopefully get a little bit more on the same page. Because even just with the multifamily residential applications that we have currently in place, we are expecting growth in the community. And I would say we expect that to continue with some of the development we have. So thank you. Mr. Anderson.
Thank you. Before, I was just going to ask if I was going to be able to rebut to the questions, which I think is the right thing to do, so, but not. I say it's very complex. So when the delegation didn't bring up Israel and their concerns about, this is a question through yourself, Mayor, to Councillor Tolan, and they never mentioned the fact of the deaths that occurred in Israel and the parachuting coming down and young kids and children being taken. To me, that would have registered in my mind. Why didn't someone on council ask that question about how they felt about the deaths in Israel? This is the crux of where I'm coming from. I'm as sad about what happened there as what I know happened in Gaza and in other places of the world. So why did no one in council think of that and say, look, we have to give this a little bit of thought and maybe come up with another resolution? Because when you speak on that issue, and the way I interpret it, different from councillor, but I certainly prepared to back it up. They were anti-Israel, and they said that in a couple of statements, and that in itself should have raised some concerns. And that's why I thought it might have been a better idea to say, look, we support what you're trying to do with a ceasefire, but we'd like to think about how that letter should be written. You didn't take that, you just went with the flow. Anyway, that's all I'm going to say. I think it was a big mistake. And don't make me want to come up and respond again. This is where a discussion is healthy. If a councillor doesn't agree with you, and that's fine. I like that. at times. And you have a chance to say, okay, well, I don't think you're correct, and you have a chance to discuss. That's what's missing in our public input meetings, committee of the whole meetings. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Okay, that concludes our public input period, and I will just welcome Councillor Mealy, who is here now as well. No, it's okay, Councillor Mealy. It's appreciate you being here. We will move on to our delegations. Item number 1, we have North Island College. And I think we have a group here from North Island College, and thank you for joining us tonight. I will let just the group introduce themselves, as I know we have a couple, and I'm not sure who's going to be presenting, but really appreciate having you here tonight and looking forward to hearing more about what you've been up to.
Thanks. Thanks so much, Mayor Minions. Thank you, Council. My name is Diane Nogler, and I am the Executive Director of Community Engagement for North Island College. The full roster of who's here with us tonight is in your agenda package, and in the interest of time, I'll just say Colin and Marissa and Kelly are going to join me as we present, as their subjects come up, and as questions, which I hope we'll have a lot of discussion. We'll try and keep under 10 minutes so that we can have that public input and public conversation. So thanks for your time today. To your territorial acknowledgement that you opened the meeting with, I'd like to say that North Island College is honored to work, live, play, and learn together on the combined traditional and unceded territories of the 35 First Nations of the New Chalmeth, the Kwakwaka'wakw, and Coast Salish peoples. And we've really tried to learn from the peoples who tended this territory since time immemorial about what education means to all our communities as we move forward together. Mayor Minions and many folks on council will remember that we did some active strategic planning and dialogue with community partners as our president, Lisa Domey, came in 2.5 years ago. And we, based on the feedback we heard, we updated our mission and vision to really foreground community engagement in how the college uses the provincial resources that we steward to meet the needs of communities that we serve more tightly and in this kind of close dialogue. So we're very proud of our current mission and vision. And this dialogue and revision really reflects the nearly 50-year history of North Island College on the North Island and Central Coast. In 2025, we will celebrate our 50th anniversary together. We expect that we will, in that time, have served 75,000 learners. We have generations of North Island College families, some among this council and some among the community who are watching today, and we're proud of that, and we want to be a part of the future that we're also committed to in this region. This graphic illustrates some of the key community partners, stakeholders, business, and levels of government that the college is in dialogue with on an ongoing basis throughout the service region. And so this being our second representation to council in 2 years, plus the activities of our West Coast Learning Council. Councillor Douglas is a regular member of that council, where we hear from nonprofit sector and small and medium-sized businesses alike about what are the training needs that you have in your region and how can we help you support it. Recently, Mayor Minions gave a quote to a news release we put out about the over $800,000 community workforce development grants that this council and other councils have helped us partner on to meet the immediate employment needs of your region. We've built this dialogue into our strategic plans and into our operational plans. I think it is a real time where community has a very large input into what programs are available for you through North Island College. We have publicly available on engage.nic.bc.ca all the details of where we hope to go together into 2026, and we'll soon be starting our next collaborative process. We have two co-strategic plans. One is a typical 5-year strat plan that you'd see in any nonprofit organization, but one is a indigenization plan where we're looking at solidifying the resilience of Indigenous communities through learning and training, but also taking responsibility as settlers for making sure that our learners are better stewards of a historical legacy and a future promise. So we're trying to be led in this important period in our region through these two co-strategic plans, and we're very proud of them, and hope that the community might take time to go to our website and have a look at them. I'd like to call up Marissa Bennett, who is our Director of Regional and Indigenous Partnerships and our Port Alberni Campus Administrator, to talk about the program profile we're using to serve you right now.
Hello. So as you can see as the slides up there, there have been really important increases into both the trades and technical and industry training, as well as programs in health and human services. More recently, in 2022-2023, with the support of that one-time funding like the CRWG, we have been able to offer training in 2 heavy equipment operators, meat processing fundamentals, Indigenous language fluency in Nuu-Chamath, and carpentry level 1, which you might remember helped build some of the tiny houses down on 4th Avenue. We have also partnered with School District 70 to deliver dual credit courses to ADSS students, giving learners course credit that go towards their post-secondary education and the experience of the college while still being in the high school. And also, through the expansion of our early childcare education programs, we've graduated 21 2-year diploma students, most of whom now stayed in Port Alberni, are working in the childcare system. And 19 of those are actually international students. And our current program will see us bringing 20 to 25 students each year for the foreseeable future. Sorry. Additionally, in 2024, we are currently recruiting up to 16 students for our Culinary Business Operations Diploma, which is the Professional Cook Level 3. As well, with one-time funding, we are bringing in Pathways to Nuu-Chamath Teaching in partnership with Nuu-Chamath Tribal Council, Building Deconstruction and Salvage Program on the SOMES lands, Wildlife Fire Training, and Meat Processing. And I'd like to introduce you now to Colin Fowler, our Vice President of Finance and College Services, to update you on our campus master planning.
Let's hope I can move this forward. Oh, maybe not. Oh, there it goes. Yes, it did. So as you know, NIC has 2 campus locations in Port Alberni. Our main location is on Roger Street, and then we have the trades training facility on Thibault Avenue. So Marissa was talking a little bit there about the shift in our program mix and the programs being more trades and technical and health and human services, and our welding, automotive, electrical, and the joinery programs operate in the space at Thibault. And it's well laid out and it's equipped well for the students, but the building itself does face some challenges. So to help articulate our business case for a replacement trades facility built at the Roger Street campus, we created NIC's first campus plan for the Port Alberni campus. Many community members participated in those community engagement sessions as we were working up our plan, including Councillor Douglas, who came in and participated in those sessions. And the campus planning exercise did consider the regional education, training, and then the labor market needs for Alberni Clayoquot. But of course, the most immediate need that was articulated in that campus plan was the expanded trades training facility. And I do want to stress that we have not secured the funding from the province for the vision that we're going to talk about today. But this planning work was a way for us to just make sure we're prepared for any funding opportunities as they come along. But we were also annually given an opportunity by the ministry to identify in something called their 5-year capital plan what our capital needs are. And of course, this new trades training facility was identified as one of our highest need buildings. So in terms of some of the challenges at the Tebow facility, and I did mention earlier, it does serve the student needs, and it has done for a long time. But the building does have some challenges. The location, of course, being one, having some students that are at a different location, so separate from our main campus, separate from where all the student services are provided. That's a bit awkward for those students. Accessibility, it lacks an elevator to the second floor and doesn't have a cooling system. So we have had to shut down on the odd occasion just because of the heat. And it will make it challenging for us to meet our Climate BC targets. We have targets as a provincial, essentially we're an agent of the Crown, so we're a provincial entity. We have some targets about reducing greenhouse gas emissions, and this building being a little bit older will make that a little bit difficult. So this is a depiction of the campus plan completed in 2023 of just a possible layout of the new buildings at the Rogers Street campus. The next slide kind of zooms in a bit. This one's a little bit difficult to see. It is really well suited to the expansion that we envision. More than anything, the exercise is just to make sure that what future plans we have, we can fit them within the space, the lands that we have there. And as you can see, the trades training facility is prominent in this depiction. And this kind of zooms in a little bit more. You can see where we would put the trades building. So in that 5-year capital plan that we submitted to the ministry, we've asked for the resources to consolidate the trades, technical and industry training programs into a new facility at the Rogers Street campus. Depicted here, it may not go exactly in that spot, but this is a way to sort of show that not only could we have the trades building there, but also some future expansion for student housing and possibly childcare on site as well. And student housing is something that we're starting to work on in terms of doing a demand study. One of the first things that the province will look for if we're going to put student housing on the campus here in Port Alberni would be to determine that there's student demand for that housing. And that is the end of our presentation. So I'll sit down, and then if there's questions, one of us will answer. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Before I turn it over to questions, just wanted to thank you for sharing the vision of kind of the future expansions that you're looking for. It is exciting to us. I think I can speak for all of council to say that to see that you're working on, first of all, student housing, which is something that we hear a lot of. And I wonder on that one if you can utilize in some sense our housing needs assessment that's already been done for the community that we do update on a regular basis, or if the province is looking for something additional and specific, because they do require us to do the housing needs assessment, and it does speak partly to student housing.
Thank you. Your needs assessment would be really welcome and really timely. We're going to do our own demand study assessment starting later this month. We actually have some consultations happening on campus Tuesday and Wednesday. And we'll have a survey period open for not just current students, families who are thinking that they have future students, and any community member who'd like to give voice to their thoughts about student housing in this region, we can make a link to that survey, a QR code available for council's information and distribution. So if you give us your study, we'll be gladly have you be a part of ours. Thank you.
Wonderful. We will definitely pass ours along. I'll go to Councillor Solda for questions.
And just a quick one. I noted, I was listening to the news today, and they were announcing, the governments, provincial governments announcing that I haven't seen any announcement yet, but they were referring to it regarding students from other countries coming into coming to Canada. So how will that affect this campus if that announcement happens, where they're going to say limit how many foreign students come here? Will that affect this campus? And the other one is regarding the nursing program. So I'll wait for the first answer, on the first question answered.
Sure. We're watching all that very carefully as well. I think some of the things that the college and our advocacy organization, which is CICAN, Colleges and Institute Canada, are concerned about is that there's a very urban university-based experience in what's being critiqued and discussed. And I think as you and other community representatives know, rural and remote communities have been asking for more Canadian educated and trained international students. So the position of the college is that we've been offering the communities what they need at a reasonable level as a percentage of our enrollment. We don't have the kind of high percentage of international students that's being reported in the national media. It's not in our strategic plan to do so. And we're also very concerned about how do we support the very unique learning needs of international learners. So when you're hearing in the national media that these students are under-supported, that's not the case at NIC. We have an Office of Global Engagement. We have dedicated staff to make sure that international learners at NIC are supported with their acculturation, that they have access to alumni who understand the experience that they've gone through, and that we have a lot of supports for faculty to help international learners as well. So we've seen an expansion of our international student cohort at Court Alberni, and as Marissa has said, we're expecting that to continue regardless of what happens with the federal initiatives that are under discussion. But we're really trying to give voice to this kind of region's need for these educated learners.
And that's really great. I know my son has had problems here in Canada because seats are taken by international students, not here at North Island, because he did go to North Island and then he moved on. But anyways, so, okay, I'll be interested in see what happens in the future with that. And then the other one is the nursing program. And I believe I've talked to you before about the nursing program. And when I know you were talking about, last time I talked to you about having a building after all these other buildings to do more medical students and stuff like that. So there's a lot of people in Port Alberni that want to take the nursing program, as I've alluded to before to you. And so how can we get them to be here in Port Alberni? Although I know the instructors are from Port Alberni going back and forth to the Comox branch. So there's a lot of mothers that are raising kids and stuff like that cannot go back and forth. So I'm just kind of curious by that.
I do not like microphones. So there was a number of questions there. Yes, my name is Kelly Johnson. I am from the Tokwat Nation, out of Ucluelet, and I am one of the two associate deans at North Island College in the Faculty of Health and Human Services. So my portfolio is not health. That would be Jan Myers, and she's the other associate dean. But I did talk to them before coming to this meeting, and I can definitely say there will be no nursing program delivered in Port Alberni. We don't have the capacity to do that. We have a college that is quite small. We have a lab that takes 10 students at a time, and the cohort of a Bachelor of Science in Nursing would be 36. And it's in continual intake, so we would have 36 students each year for 4 years. So that ends up being a very large group of people that Port Alberni's North Island College just can't accommodate. That being said, we have been meeting with West Coast General to talk about having practicum groups here in Port Alberni so that students that do commute from Port Alberni to Courtenay to take the nursing program can stay here for their practice portions. And there are a lot of practice portions in the nursing program. I've recently met with the Tribal Council and Rainbow Gardens about some opportunities that we could do some laddering. So students could start in the healthcare assistant or healthcare aide program, they could ladder into the practical nursing program, and they could ladder then into the BSN program. And they can stop and work at any point along that way. So that's something that's positive. We have digital elective, excuse me, I should have grabbed water. We have digital electives, so students that are in the BSN program here in Port Alberni and commuting to Courtenay can choose their electives that are delivered digitally so they can stay here. All of the BSN courses are also offered what we call hybrid or blended. So some of the coursework can be done online, so they wouldn't have to travel every single day. And all of the faculty talk to each other to try to make sure that if they're gonna have a blended day, that they would have it on the same day, so a student wouldn't have to be there for the morning and here for the afternoon. Prior to COVID, there had been talk about a distributed nursing program, which is something that they do in the East, and it has worked to some extent and hasn't worked to some extent. So that is something that the Faculty of Health and Human Services is talking about for possible in the future. And that would be like a cohort of nurses, but they would have little groups in different communities, similar to what they do with the PN program. So the PN program, the Licensed Practical Nursing Program, and I'm sorry, I'm going on, we have 24 students in total, but we have 8 students in Port Alberni, 8 students in Campbell River, and 8 students in Courtenay. So those students all work together and through this ITV system. So there's some possibilities, but I can definitely say that we won't be running a BSN program here on campus in Port Alberni. Now, in terms of the building, in the community plan, like that they were talking about, we have a set of priorities, and one of the priorities was a humanities building that would be someday in the future could be used for additional classroom space.
Thank you for all the information. It sounds like there's some really positive steps happening in order to really accommodate people who do want to stay in the community but are trying to advance their education. So appreciate that. Councillor Haggard and then Councillor Douglas.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. First of all, I love the idea of student housing on your campus. As we all know, housing is the most expensive part of any student going to school, so that would be fantastic. And if there's anything that the city can do to assist, just reach out. We'd be happy to help in any way we can. Secondly, I just want to say how much more involved NIC is with the community now. In years gone by, you've been in this building at the end of Roger. We didn't really know what you did up there, but we knew you did something, but wasn't quite sure. And then I also really appreciate how you're changing to the community's needs and offering the kind of courses that the community needs and that they want. So I really appreciate that. And then I'm just going to throw a crazy idea out there. VAU has a grandkids university that I used to go to, and I bring my granddaughter. And for those people not familiar with the program, grandparent brings their grandchild, they pick a major, and they can still run out on campus or travel back and forth. It's up to you. And then you spend 2 days on campus doing this major, whether it's dissecting frogs or going through collecting insects or whatever it is. It's fantastic and it's great fun. And the underlying motive is to show kids that going to VIU is a cool place to go. And I can't remember the numbers, it's been a few years, but of course the program was not held during COVID. But they actually not only had kids going to VIU as a result of this, but they also had grandparents going back to school and taking courses as well. And it doesn't have to be anything as big, it can be one day things, but I just think that would be fantastic and so much fun. If you do it, sign me up. I've got 3 grandsons I'd love to take. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Councillor Haggard. With student housing, those are the kinds of summer programming opportunities that we'll be able to offer in the community that serve all our mutual needs. Like you said, what a great idea to have youngsters figure out that university is not such an intimidating place and have a really positive experience well before they identify their career or future education trajectory. We do run summer camps at the Port Alberni campus. Maybe you've heard of our Lego robotics camp. These are open for 10-year-olds and 12-year-olds at that critical age where they're discovering their interests. So one of the things I take from your suggestion is I'll go back to our recruiters and our summer camp staff and say, grandparents camp might have some traction in Port Alberni, appreciate that. And also, I'll make sure that we let council know and do more to promote our summer camps for that population in Port Alberni this summer. So thank you, not at all a crazy question, thanks.
Thank you, and I'll check that camp out.
Thank you. Councillor Douglas.
Thank you. And thanks very much for coming. It's really exciting to hear about your plans. And as Councillor Haggard mentioned, to see the increased participation and interaction between your organization and the city and the people living here. One of the things that have sort of been recurring conversations over several years has been the imbalance or the apparent imbalance between the amount of available educational opportunities in the curriculum in Port Alberni and the Alberni Valley as compared to the east coast of the island, which is sort of like the favorite child, it seems, of you know, for various reasons, and I'm sure none of it's intended, but it is a conversation that happens. So it's really nice to see you're developing ways of trying to get around that with the you know, different portions of the course being available to people locally without having to travel to Campbell River. And I know there are some challenges as far as, for example, the registered nursing program. You need to have certain type of equipment and a certain amount of very expensive equipment available in one campus. Unfortunately, that campus happens to be on the east coast of the island. But it'd be really nice to you know, work towards addressing that as our population base increases. And the other thing we'd like to see is your plans, and I understand through our discussions earlier, you know, there are opportunities for funding, but that funding is not freed up yet. So one of the things I was going to suggest, and we talked about briefly, was have some follow-up meetings that I was going to bring up with our mayor subsequent to this, and see if we can discuss some possible strategies for encouraging that funding so that it becomes available as quickly as possible so that you can go ahead with those plans. So we'll keep you posted, and we'll keep talking and working together to hopefully make all that happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Patola.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have 2 questions through you to the delegation. The first question with regards to, and I only wrote down first names, I apologize, but Kelly's presentation with regards to plans for Port Alberni. I'm just wondering, with regards to the human service worker area of education, if the plans that Kelly presented, are those ideas, are they opportunities, or are they objectives?
thank you for that. I was actually gonna see if there's a way I could come up again and talk about human services, because you might know, the education assistant community support worker with an Indigenous focus program is taught here on here in Port Alberni. It's a 10-month program, and the second year of the program is the human services diploma, and that has always been in Courtney, and it's always been something that our students have let us know that they don't appreciate because it's difficult. A lot of people have families, kids, whatever, traveling to Courtney to finish the second year of their program. Starting in 2024, Samantha Banton-Smith is our new department chair for HSW, and she has made sure that there are a full cohort, or a full slate of courses for a student to take digital, so that they wouldn't have to go, so they can finish their full second year here in Port Alberni. So, and when I say digital, it's not like work at your own pace. It's digital when you're in front of the camera and you're working with people. It's interactive. So, was that the only question?
More or less, yes. I mean, I was just interested that you described a whole number of great plans that sound really enticing. I was wondering more whether there are ideas about things that could happen, whether there are opportunities of things that are being pursued,
like
or whether they're hard objectives that you are actually working towards.
The practicum placements here in Port Alberni are something that we are actively working on. We've already had meetings with West Coast General. We're just waiting to hear back because they're just working on it themselves. The distributed learning for the nursing is just kind of like a pie in the sky, something that we'd like to do. But it is something that we have been talking about and something that's definitely on our radar to do. But it wouldn't be until 2027 at least that we'd be looking at that.
Thank you. And Madam Mayor, if I could ask a question then through you to Colin or Diane, again, with regards to the nursing program, I noted from the presentation that the college wants to be responsive to the community needs. We don't have a nursing program. We've had a hospital for a long time. Clearly, nurses are a need in the community. And I'm wondering what, if any, consideration was done towards building a building for a nursing program instead of another building for the existing trades program with the existing building.
We're still on here. Great. Hi. One thing about our nursing degree is it is Vancouver Island University's nursing degree that we offer in conjunction with them. So expansion of that program, location of that program is a series of dialogues that we have to engage in, and we can certainly take this strong interest and feedback back to Vancouver Island University, and they have their own set of resourcing considerations to consider as well, but there's no reason that we can't talk about the tenor of this discussion with them. So I don't want to over-represent our capacity to make some of these decisions, and we're really proud to offer the BSN in nursing in conjunction with VIU, but we have to stress it's a collaboration.
Thank you for that. It's good information, and I will just add that I appreciate that you've heard the comments around the nursing program, because I think that that is from the community what we hear the most, and certainly as we talk more about healthcare worker shortages and concerns with some changes that are coming and people who have left and all of the challenges, it is something that we continue to hear more and more frequently. So while we recognize all of the other needs and really are thrilled to see, plans for expansion in the community, certainly we want you to continue to bring forward the need for more healthcare, specifically the nursing program in the community as well. And I will just say that we are trying to do our part as well. And when we go to UBCM, we've had multiple meetings both at UBCM and outside of UBCM with the ministers who have changed over time, but currently Minister Selena Robinson. And the nursing program is one specifically that we did bring up. And we also bring up on a regular basis just how much we appreciate the work that North Island College is doing in the community and what you are able to offer. And really do just want to stress as well that it is these hybrid solutions and ways for more students to stay in the community, even if we can't immediately get all of the courses and programs that we want to be fully local. these are great solutions, and the more of that we can have, the better. So we want to just be able to serve people in our community, and yeah, really appreciate you looking for kind of creative solutions. And I think that's all the questions. This has been a lot of questions for a very important topic. So again, thank you for coming today. And yeah, we've really appreciated this and look forward to future communications as well. Thanks. And we will move on to our second delegation for the night, and that is Vancouver Island Regional Library, who I can see are here via Zoom. So we'll just maybe take a moment to change our structure here, because we're going to have a delegation by Zoom, which I don't think we've done on this system before, but Ben, I can see you there, and I think we have to give you the permission to unmute yourself, but then you do have to actually unmute yourself. And I see Aaron as well, so nice to see you both. We will pass it over to you whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Mary. Mayor, just testing the volume. Can you hear us okay? Great. Well, thank you for this opportunity, Mayor and Council. Greetings to Councillor Patola and all of your colleagues. And again, thank you to Mayor Minions. And I'll just pass it to my boss, Chair of the Board, Erin Hermans.
Hi, everyone. I'm Erin Hemmons. I'm a councillor in the city of Nanaimo and the chair of the Vancouver Island Regional Board. We are zooming in from our downtown Nanaimo branch. Ben has a wonderful presentation. I'm here to help answer questions at the end. But before we dive in, I just want to acknowledge and recognize and thank Trustee Patola and Trustee Haggard for their service to VIRL over the years. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'll try to queue up my presentation here. And thanks for accommodating virtual presentation. We did intend to be in person, but a whole variety of hilarious things intervened. Okay, can you see the presentation on screen there?
Yes, we can.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you. And thanks again to Sarah Darling for technical assistance this evening and accommodating the link. Okay, well, I'll start with our vision and mission and context, just to say how privileged we are to provide public library services to the city of Port Alberni and to 38 local governments right across Vancouver Island, Haida Gwaii, and part of the Central Coast. This is our 87th year providing these services across this region, and we certainly don't take it for granted. And part of the objective in renewing our vision and mission in 2023 was to really ask the question, where do we want to be at 90 years old? So in a nutshell, we are and continue to strive to be a modern, thriving public library service, and really trying to lift all of the communities that we serve, City of Port Alberni and the whole region, really recognizing that we're also interconnected in this region in so many ways, and that farther together. So just to talk a little bit about usage and impact, at the Port Alberni branch in the Echo Center, we have about 300 visitors a day into the facility. You can see that about 7,000 cardholders in the city are active card members. That undercounts. We have very many more folks that come through the space that may or may not have library cards themselves. We serve all demographics, all walks of life. In the 12 months, June to June, 2022-2023, we had 130 events attended by about 3,000 people in the city. And Vancouver Island Regional Library has the third largest public library collection in the province, so over 800,000 physical items. But that's just part of the story. So about 38% of our library collection use these days is entirely digital. And as an example, and folks in Port Alberni and right across the region are really avid users of our digital services, including, for example, almost 200,000 songs streamed on the service Freegold that we provide, 150,000 plays of various streaming movies on our Canopy service, 50,000 classes on LinkedIn Learning at no cost through your library card, everything from mobile application development to consumer reports to auto repair source, which has got the shop manuals for really every car in the market right up until through 2023. And so through these services, our programming and our collections, we are making a really serious impact on affordability and livability in the region. Michael DeLure and the team at Port Alberni, all our staff and our contracted service providers really understand the community well and try to respond to local need. The last time we valued our library cards, they were minimally valued at $700 a year each. Over the term of our strategic plan, we're going to further develop the return on investment and cost avoidance, and we expect the value to be much beyond that number. This is a shot of our user location heat map for those folks who identify the Port Alberni branch as their home library. So you see the hotter the colors, the more density, and of course it follows where the densest population within the city is, and you see that it captures really the whole region with folks using the branch from right across the Alberni-Clayoquot Regional District and beyond. And this is just a different version of the same, but it's showing the amount of physical library collection usage by postal code, again within that region, from 2021 to 2023. So you see some very heavy usage within the city itself, and then again in adjacent communities, all of whom contribute. So I'm recognizing that some of what I'm saying tonight sounds a little bit like the delegation that came before us, and just acknowledge the great work that North Island College did in terms of engagement around its strategic plan and renewal of its vision and mission. When I joined the organization at VRL, we were midway through engagement on our strategic plan. Ultimately, 3,200 participants were engaged in that process, and we were really grateful and impressed with such great engagement within the Alberni Valley and the city of Port Alberni specifically. Nonprofits participated in focus groups, the school district, the health authority, and so on. We did engage staff, board, local governments, and we wrestled with the goals. And so we'll just quickly walk you through the goals. So there's 5 goals, and I think we reviewed the city's strategic priorities, and I hope you see that the connection between the city's priorities, especially around responding to demographic change, the provision and maintenance of quality services, and fostering a complete community. I think that's really where VRL shows up very strongly and intends to show up even more strongly over the years. So the first objective or goal is to recommit to improving literacy levels across our region, which unfortunately have dropped like a stone over the past decades. 4 in 10 adults in the Mid-Island region struggle with daily literacy in everyday life. And that can be numeracy, it could be digital literacy, it could be language acquisition, all of those pieces. This is a difficult and stubborn goal, but with 4 in 10, and with literacy being the #1 social determinant of health, we do need to work more collaboratively and effectively on addressing this goal, or we're all ending up paying for it in so many ways. Our second new goal is really to focus on the diversity of need within our service area and the need for equity. So looking deeply at innovation and service design models to those ends. Third goal is to extend the impact and reach of our services through partnerships and reciprocity. So back to the delegation before us, one of the spaces that public libraries can really show up well and effectively in is the transitions from grade 12 into college, grade 12 to university, or grade 12 into the workforce, or really at any grade into the workforce, or just from work to work, or through your life. And how can we work really effectively with our educational partners, higher education and K-12? Our fourth goal is to foster safe, inclusive, and welcoming spaces and collective services. In so many of the communities we serve, including Port Alberni, the library shows up as one of the few third spaces, a place that you don't have to carry cash to be welcome in, and you're welcome to stay throughout the day. With the weather event we're seeing now, we're increasingly being asked by the 38 local governments we serve to play a stronger role in terms of warming and cooling. And of course, our doors are open, and frequently we have an extra pot of coffee on, especially if the thermometer is diving. And the fifth goal is really to grow our capacity to anticipate the need of communities and support our workforce in supporting those transitions in communities. So just some background and context. I want to talk a little bit about Budget 2024. And just to set some parameters for that, the Library Act is the authoritative regulatory environment for us, and we are obligated in September to pass a budget for the fiscal year starting in January. Of course, that never meshes with our local government, the communities that we serve, the 38. But that's simply the regulatory environment from the province. This year we had, or I should say in 2023 for the 2024 budget, we had 7 meetings between May and September, and we added another in November. So 8 meetings altogether with members of the executive committee or the board. So 2 pieces of context overarching for budget 2024 and the development. First, in October of 2023, a report called Overdue, the Case for Public Libraries was released by the Canadian Urban Institute. And it really focused on recovery, competitiveness, and resilience, and the nationally observed issues that all public libraries were facing post-pandemic. That analysis, which was a 3-year analysis, really looked at the critical role that Canada's public libraries are playing in enabling governments to meet their obligations and strengthen common good. And really pointed out the variety of supports and direct linkages that public libraries are advancing in society. Again, the report was a 3-year analysis. A couple of things just to highlight for you. First, Canada and BC per capita investments in public libraries lag behind the G8, and post-pandemic realities really require investment. So the report made a number of recommendations, in particular for federal and provincial governments, to try to relieve operational pressures on public libraries across the country, including rural, and really looking at the role of public libraries as social infrastructure and community hubs. The second key piece of context was closer to home, and that's in context of Rural's own background. And in fiscal 22-2023, management and board identified and contained a variety of legacy financial issues. The gist of these is that the previous administration had under budgeted and overspent for a period of a little over a decade, the results of which we needed to embed into the development of Budget 2024 so we come through and continue to be really excellent stewards. New auditors were appointed for Budget 2024. The pre-work's already underway, and an audit and finance committee of the board is being established after our inaugural 2024 meeting in February. So Budget 2024 assumptions, board set parameters for a right-sized budget, needs-based for all operating expenses. We want to maintain operations and services. Understood that this would have an impact in terms of above historical increases, and that the capital levy was to be established through the comprehensive review of our facilities policy and facilities master plan. The largest pressures in Budget 2024, total compensation, so all aspect wages, benefits, including all the pieces that come through CPP, EI, et cetera, total 22% or 3.5 million over the year before. That's inclusive of 2 negotiated collective agreements, extended benefits, the removal of the vacancy allowance, and it includes savings that came about through a really deep dive to reduce the overall exempt staff complement by 5 FTE. Some very challenging conversations at the end of July, try to make sure that we could bring the levy down as much as possible. The second largest pressure was around leases, security, and utilities, up a combined total of 37%. 5-year renewal on several leases. The organization holds 31 leases across the region that we serve, both public and private sector. And there were a number of 5-year renewals within those. And then a 600,000 annual security, health, and safety increase. That line item simply didn't exist before 2019, and it's directly correlated with the post-COVID realities in terms of the public that we're serving and some of the security issues that we're seeing. So by the numbers, the total budget is 38 million. That's 15% over 2023 and 2024. The local government levies will contribute 32.5 million. The per capita levy shifts by $10 per capita overall. And the total Port Alberni levy was about 1.07 million. That's capital and operating. So in comparison, a few pieces. First, despite the increase, which rest assured is quite unusual for us, Port Alberni continues to have a below average library cost by population in a comparison group outside of Vancouver Island Regional Library. So you see in this slide, Whistler and Squamish, which population significantly smaller in one case and larger in the other. And in both cases, they're paying significantly more. So there's first the value of participating in a regional system like Virl. And then secondly, for the other jurisdictions here, you can see they're part of Greater Victoria Public Library. And again, comparably sized, Port Alberni shows up very well. So through that, of course, equivalent amount of branches, a significantly larger physical collection size in our case. And really at the heart of the model is the sharing and administrative efficiencies in terms of a regional service. As I said, the budget was approved in September. The board revisited it and maintained it in November. And the other pieces that we're committed to are continuing revenue generation opportunities and government relations priorities. We have, as of today, 5 meetings lined up for senior public servants in Ottawa to try to press for additional funding for some of our capital projects, both one-time and ongoing, as well as programmatic funding. We met recently with Minister Malcolmson, and we're continuing to put pressure on the provincial government as well. And I hope a resolution is coming forward soon from AVICC. So I'll leave it there and welcome any questions that you might have.
Thank you very much. Appreciate you coming today. And I know you're probably aware we've had both local and regional district, or we've had conversation at this table as well as at our regional district table about the cost of the increase or the cost of the library and the escalations that we've seen. And although I do recognize that an increase of this size is unusual, we have seen significant increases for a decade and a half from Virl. When I sat on the Vancouver Island Regional Library Board starting about 10 years ago, I remember commenting that we were spending more on our library than on our entire road network. And that cost has gone drastically up since then. So I think what nobody here is going to dispute today is the fantastic service that Virl offers. We're really proud of the programs that are run, the collection, the people who work at Virl do an incredible job of welcoming all members of the public, and that's an incredibly important thing. But the cost of the library has gotten absolutely unaffordable. And I know that there's circumstances surrounding this year, but it's not a this year issue. It's an ongoing issue, and recognizing that you've come into it at a hard point. But I feel like our municipalities are being continually put in a harder and harder position with very little oversight. And I just have to speak to my own experience when I was on the Vancouver Island Regional Library Board for 4 years. There were endlessly program increases approved at that table that would never get approved at my council table because it's kind of this out of the public eye decision making. And yeah, there's not the accountability that we see at council with members of the public sitting in front of us and being really thoughtful about every dollar that we spend. And I do know that that has shifted somewhat, and certainly the trustees that have been representing us there over the last few years have made positive comments about a little bit of holding back on spending. But I do still think that we spend at Virl a little bit more than we have had the luxury of spending at our council tables, and then the levies just get passed on to us. And I think the most important point here is that the Alberni Valley actually pays 1.7 million a year towards the library, because the city of Port Alberni pays 1.07 million now, which in itself is a really significant cost. But additional to that, the Alberni Clayoquot Regional District, excluding Ucluelet and Tofino, who pay their own levies, pay $655,000 additionally. So that's Beaver Creek, Beaufort, Cherry Creek, Sprout Lake, and Long Beach. But the vast majority of those people are taxpayers in the Alberni Valley. So $1.7 million a year is, I can't even list the number of things that is more than we contribute to so many of our critical services. So it's the concern that we're expressing, and that others may express today as well, and that is an ongoing conversation at our regional district table. Additionally, is not that we don't value the service that's going on, but can we afford the service that we are a part of long term? And I think the really legitimate concern is that we can't, and we will be priced out of the system. We will be forced to explore our options to leave the system because the costs have escalated so drastically. And I think you probably have comments to respond to that, but I do want to go to Councillor Haggard with some comments about improvements at our library as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Nice to see you, Ben and Aaron, again. I haven't seen you in a while. A couple of years, Port Alberni has been on a list to get renovations at our library for at least a dozen years. And I believe it was a couple of years ago, it was finally our turn. We were at the top of the list. And as you remember, a tender went out for bid, and the bid came in higher than what your budget was. And then you came to the board, and the board did not approve that larger budget for renovations to our library. So the mayor and I did do a follow-up call with you, and you assured us that Port Alberni was going to be one of your highest priorities. We were going to stay at the top of that list. So I have not heard anything for 2 years. So where are we on the renovations in our library? As Mayor Minion said, we pay you a lot of money, and I don't feel that we're getting anything in return besides checking out a book. Like, you're supporting brand new flashy libraries in other communities, and you're supporting projects in other communities, but we're not seeing those benefits as of yet. Can you respond to that? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the feedback, to both of you. So I guess a few pieces in response. So you see in the comparison data that in fact, the cost of participation in Virl is indeed lower than comparably sized communities outside of this region. You are getting a pretty terrific return on the service for the cost. The cost of thriving modern public library service is higher than a lot of councillors tend to think it should be. And yet we continue to do these health checks to see how do we compare with other communities, both on the island outside of our service area and even in the Lower Mainland. And each time we've done those checks, we come in at or below average or very near average. And in the case of Port Alberni and ACRD, that's true. So that's the first thing. To situate costs in a broader context, the school district serves about 9% of the population. We serve about 30% minimally. School districts cost about 6 to 8 times as much as a modern, thriving public library system. So just in terms of the population that we're supporting and the diversity of need from cradle to grave, as they say, versus just a cohort, for example, of K to 12. Now, it's a limited comparison, of course. We don't operate classrooms, and we don't have folks in seats 5 days a week. We do have folks in seats 7 days a week for much longer hours. And so I think when you're thinking about social infrastructure and the critical services that public libraries are providing, it's really important to understand the comparator the other sorts of organizations that are providing such a broad service or community. And I think I'll just continue on the school metaphor for a moment. Much like the school tax, everybody contributes by law, and our services must be free by law. So that's where the impact on local governments comes from, because we simply can't monetize as much of our services as other comparable public sector organizations can. And then, of course, again, back to that Canadian Urban Institute report, which really comes down to all the pieces you're speaking about, which is, if libraries are such essential social infrastructure, where is the government support from the province and the feds? And we heartily concur with your take that there needs to be at least an increase to the G8 sort of averages, which we're much below. So for VRL's revenues, we're about 5% are coming from the province, and about 94% are coming from local governments. Our counterparts in Alberta, it's more like 12% coming from the province, and that's a real significant relief for local governments. So we'd hope to get there, and we'd appreciate your support to keep that pressure on the province to increase the core per capita operating grant. The last question that I can think of any I wrote down was about the renovations. So you're right. Port Alberni branch was up on the list. We did go to tender. During COVID, with critical supply chain and labor issues right across the country, the tenders, the responses came back so far north of budget. So to your point, that was very careful attention to the total budget. It just was not doable. Staff considerably reworked the proposal, brought the scale of the initiative down. And again, both local and regional and even Alberta responses came in just dramatically over budget. So when we last met, we were in the middle of the wholesale renewal of our facilities master plan and facilities policy. And the commitment at that time was to let that process complete. So there were two main components there. First, the team of engineers visited all of our facilities to really document very closely the condition of those buildings. We needed to understand exactly what the priority was in terms of deferred maintenance, deterioration, threat to life, HVAC, all of those sorts of components. And then the second was criteria with board input to understand what are the priorities that are a bit more qualitative or softer in terms of population shifting, environmental factors, reconciliation, and other indicators. And we need to let that process complete. And so contrary to the perspective expressed, when we have 38 local governments represented on the board, you can imagine such a diversity of perspective there. But in those analyses, when we overlaid them, the same 5 branches came very close to the top. They were critical. They were well beyond their lifetime. And frankly, Port Alberni and the facility is in good nick. And the engineers, as well as the qualitative assessment, found that it ranked in about the middle of the pack of our 38 facilities, very close to, for example, Qualicum Beach. And so as a result of that, and again, that whole process had comprehensive input from our executive committee and board, and we are prioritizing expenditures, I'd say much more modestly than the previous administration. And we're moving through that list so that our commitments to data-informed decision-making are clear both on our capital as well as our operating, and that we're living within our means. This year, in addition to having found letting 5 full-time positions go, we also, towards the end of 2023, wrestled with debt that we inherited again from the past to the tune of $2 million. So I just want to close on that if there's any perception that we're not very closely managing budget, I would challenge any public sector organization to find those kinds of savings in a single year. It has not been easy, but we were committed absolutely to maintaining operations at the same level so that we are welcoming everybody at the door at the Echo Center, just as we always have, despite the fact that we have really wrestled the wallet to the ground over the last 12 months, and we will continue to over the next 12.
Thank you. Councillor Haggard.
Thank you. Just another question that came up in your response. You talked about libraries with the school district. Have you ever considered partnerships or had conversations about trying to create some kind of partnership with the school district libraries and the regional libraries? In Port Alberni, our high school is like almost right across the street from our regional library. It would make good sense if the two of you could amalgamate, and then that would save you some cost and some time and staffing for not only the school, but for Vira as well. Have you ever explored that possibility?
Yeah, thank you for the question. It's a great question. And so historically, when this library system was initially created in 1936, the partners around the table weren't in fact local governments, they were the school districts. And it was exactly this notion, is how do all the schools get together to share some resources, because it was simply too costly for one-off approaches. Over the years, those school districts moved off, and that sector is regulated a little bit differently. We do have a partnership. So in the case of Port Clements, presently in Haida Gwaii, where our library is co-located, and it's a shared space with the school library and an elementary school. And the result of that is that the public library gets bigger space than it might have otherwise for lower cost, and vice versa for the school. I think, the concerns that you've raised, and I hear them, and I think they're very interesting, and they're absolutely worth exploring still, is what are the ways that we can collaborate, as I say, with our other partners, so that we're focusing on best supporting communities in the most cost-effective way we can. I'll also say that it's unfortunately enormously complex, so much so because the marketplace controls the licensing of content, both physical and digital. And it works really to drive wedges between the different sectors. So between post-secondary libraries, public libraries, school libraries, the market really holds the carrot and the stick, if you will. Having said that, we're all about working creatively and continuing to wrestle the stubborn issues and trying to keep costs in check. And I think we're very open to hearing from partners that may want to work with us on ways to keep costs down. Indeed, one of our capital projects approved this year, because the condition was just deplorable, so we needed to get moving on replacement, is a collaboration with, in this case, both the Village of Masset and Old Masset Village Council, so involving a First Nation and being able to trip some additional funding support. So just an example of how we're doing that, and absolutely we'll continue to work on those sorts of partnerships and opportunities.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor Patola, and then Councillor Mealy.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you to the delegation, Madam Mayor, I'm wondering if the delegation could comment on the services offered by the library. In particular, the question comes because this budget was made with an eye to maintaining operations and services. So there was no consideration of any reduction in services or operations throughout the library. And I wonder whether or not the services that are received in Port Alberni are the same as services received at other libraries. So I'm concerned about the equality of services received per capita dollar spent. And further, if there's been no review of those services and programs offered, has there been any study of service duplication? We're in a situation where the VRL is deciding as a board what services to offer. Many of those services may be already offered in the community, or might be the types of services that the local government would decide whether or not they wish to offer. For example, part of the rebuild in Port Alberni was to expand the physical presence to include meeting rooms. And I know the library throughout various branches, some of them have meeting rooms, some of them don't have meeting rooms. And there is various policies that VRL has about who gets to use those meeting rooms on a political basis. We don't have a meeting room here, but if we did, that would be duplicating the services that the community already offers. And I'm sure that there are other services the community already offers that are supported either by local governments or not, that the library is offering, and we don't have any say in whether they're duplicated or not. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. That's a really important observation. So we do have a standardized scheduling and operating review that's underway this year. So we are looking at our open hours and how we schedule our staff in that context. And there's a number of, it's timely. Such a review hasn't been conducted for some time. So that's an important piece. And we're engaged very closely with our 2 bargaining units in that process. And very excited to finally have posted for a new director for people and culture to help steward and shepherd that piece along. So alongside that, and with our mandate around equity and equality, equity across such a diverse service area and such diverse communities within our service area and on the territories of 53 First Nations is some heavy lift. We have more First Nations language groups in our service area than the entire rest of Canada. There's such a density and richness of population and emerging concerns and historic concerns, and we need to be able to serve all of that with, again, governed by a board of 38. So there's, of course, a wide variety of perspective there. A piece of work that's underway operationally is to develop a service book to help chronicle each of the discrete services that we have and how those relate to our measurement framework and our strategic plan. That work is underway. Now, I think it's important. It hadn't existed here before, and I think will help address some of the pieces you raised. I think it's interesting you sort of open the door to an a la carte service menu. And that's interesting because it's true that we do have a diversity of bricks and mortar approaches, as well as our 38% of folks who are using our digital services. And might there be some opportunities there to carve out different service levels for different sized communities? That could be enormously challenging, but it's a really interesting concept. So please leave it with me. And then I think, though, in terms of duplication of services, a piece you raised the meeting rooms, and it's an important point. It's some of the most important work that public libraries do with very clear mandate and commitment to intellectual freedom, even when that intellectual freedom can cause a source of tension in community. And so we do hold that space. It's very closely held to the values of the profession. It's embedded in the legislation. It's embedded in our approach to the work, our philosophy. And I think it really serves community in very powerful ways that community often doesn't realize it serves until challenges or threats or issues emerge. And so I'd caution about thinking about duplication purely with an economic lens and thinking about it from a social cohesion lens and from the core of democracy, which is about dialogue and discussion. And meeting rooms and spaces for folks to congregate and learn and debate are absolutely essential, perhaps more now post-COVID than ever before.
Thank you. Councillor Mealy.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you to our delegation for coming. Just full disclosure, I was a VIRL member, trustee for the city of Port Alberni between year 2000 and 2006 in much younger days. I guess my first question would be, is the upgrades, renovations to that were not declined, obviously, due to budgetary reasons. Is there an actual plan somewhere? I was going to ask you, Ben, if you could actually comment on it, but I think what it would be best for me is to see what those renovations and those scheduled upgrades look like. And the reason why I'm saying this is being delayed for 2 years might be a blessing in disguise almost, because I know how the board works and how we've been putting money into the kitty all this time, ready for our turn. And we are currently at the regional district in the very first stages of looking into a new pool, which would change the landscape of what Echo Center looks like. So if there's any chance, it doesn't have to be right now, but if council can get an idea or the scheduled upgrades or renovations, the budget and what was scheduled, I'd like to have that on hand, because in a few years, if the community says we're going to go ahead with a pool, I'd like to see if those are going to be compatible with what the pool looks like. And the reason why is we've been putting money into this kitty all this time. I'd hate for us to finally get our renovations and then we totally change how that whole area looks like. So you don't have to answer right now, but obviously if we could get an email, an idea, and just so I can have it, because moving forward, I think that's going to be something we're going to need to look at. So, and I appreciate you coming today. Thank you.
Go ahead, Ben, if you do have any comments on the renovation. And I think maybe for clarity as well, we are not currently at the top of the list anymore for renovations. We have been moved down to a low priority.
Thank you, and apologies for the background announcement, public library closure announcement in the background. Thank you for the question. So to clarify, that's correct. So, and I'm happy to send along the prioritized facilities master plan list. So we do have, there's a couple of things. So first, the previous version of the facilities master plan had languished for about 14 years. And I think part of what happened, my observation in those 14 years prior to 2021 when I joined, is folks had very different expectations about where they were on this list, the narrative of which community would get the upgrade and then which one was after that. So part of my hope in working with the board on the renewal of the plan was to get a much tighter list based on shared criteria that we could watch as we move through, and that we keep it a lot more contemporary. So we try to sync it more or less to the timeline of local government terms and elections. So this one got developed within about a year of the last local government elections. Each year, the priority projects come forward as part of the capital budget. So there's a second check on the assumptions there, and to make sure that the plans are kept alive and vibrant and current to that point. And that as we check those facilities off the list, that we go through the same process again and make sure that the pieces that are in most need are up at the top. I neglected to say that one of the criteria that we did bring in the last review was the number of years that communities have been waiting. And so that was a criteria. Unfortunately, in the mix, waiting wasn't the only criteria, and the biggest concerns were issues like threat to life in terms of building deterioration and those sorts of pieces. So absolutely assure you that we're alive to the important feedback that Port Alberni sees itself as a priority, and we're keen to work with you just as soon as we can wrestle with these other capital project priorities. And I think the other piece is if you're engaging and seeing some funding opportunities or some alignment of the stars to really pull off something that will have a big impact for community, please do keep us informed. We may not be able to respond to every opportunity, but we are very interested to work strategically with our partners wherever we can.
Thank you. Any other comments from council? All right. Well, I will just thank you both for coming. I know it's always challenging when concerns are expressed just regarding some of the costs and plans. And I do want to reiterate that we very much value the service we do provide here. And I think from my perspective, at least, this is certainly not a concern over the service. I think it's a challenging model that we're in with the cooperative and the fact that I think probably feel like we will endlessly pay into other communities having beautiful new libraries built, and we will forever remain at the bottom of the list. So it is, that's certainly what I've seen. And when I entered the board almost 10 years ago, I remember the first presentation from the executive director at the time showing the library projects that had been prioritized because of threat to life and buildings that had ceilings that were going to cave in, and kind of said, yeah, now that we've eradicated all of these major safety issues, now we're going to get to all of your other libraries. And that was almost 10 years ago, and I feel like we're not getting there. So it's disheartening to know that we are not a priority anymore, and understanding that maybe new priorities have come up, and I'm sure they are priorities. But from the perspective of our council, it's a high cost to pay to not receive that benefit locally of some of the incredible buildings that are being created in other communities. Anyways, we hope to get a really fantastic renovation at some point in the future. And for the time being, we certainly do enjoy the library that we have. And I know that our community members speak to some of the really incredible libraries that Virrell has when they visit them in other communities. So it's very much just wanting to be on par with some of what other communities are receiving. And I'll just go to Councillor Haggard for final comment.
Thank you. Just one last final comment. According to what you've just said, we're actually being penalized because we take good care of our building.
There's a lot of ways to look at it, for sure. Anyways, thank you. Do appreciate you coming, and hope to continue the conversations as time goes on. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. We will move on. We have unfinished business, no unfinished business, no staff reports, no correspondence. So we'll move on to new business. And item number 1 is Connect the Keys pathway. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm here tonight to speak to you regarding the Key to Keys Trail project, and the purpose is to seek Committee of the Whole recommendation to Council to confirm funding approval in the 2024 to 2028 financial plan in order to complete the whole project. As a bit of background, we are currently under construction with the first 2 phases of the Key to Key Trail, and there's been a number of public engagement opportunities and sessions where we've presented to the public where we're at, where we're going. Just as a reminder too that this is one of Council's strategic projects for this year, and we are, as I mentioned, into the 3rd phase right now. So the 3 options to the Committee of the Whole this evening are, the first being that Committee of the Whole recommend to Council to approve the final $1.253,411 in the financial plan to connect the final phase of the pathway. The second option would be to choose an alternative route for the trail alignment and for staff to investigate costs to complete. Third option being to pause the project and complete even further public engagement on the alignment options. Just to touch base on the alignment options, 4 options were presented to the public for input with respect to the trail alignment for the phase 3. The 4 possible alignments for the industrial route following the train tracks along Harbour Road, the 3rd Avenue route essentially following alignment with 3rd Ave, the Somas waterfront, so aligning it along the waterfront in front of the Somas site, and finally the Dry Creek route, which follows the Dry Creek waterway. We received overwhelming support for the Somas alignment. However, due to the nature of the development of the site and the demolition and the future construction, it's just not possible at this time to have the trail go in that direction. The next popular alignment was to follow Dry Creek and essentially the waterway along there. There was zero preference for following either the industrial or the 3rd Avenue route as a trail. I think that's all I had here was this, and I guess I will open it up to questions.
Thank you very much. Questions from Council. Councillor Solda.
I just want to go to the route and talk about the route. I really like the Somas waterfront route, and we've done some work there already. And I don't know if that was a temporary or if it's a permanent. And eventually that will open up, and with the developer and developers that are going to do with consultation. I'm not totally against the 3rd Avenue. I just think going on 3rd Avenue is not the right choice at all. The industrial route, not there either. But I'm trying to comprehend, if we go with the Dry Creek route, I'm just hypothetically putting that out there, will we ever get to a Somas waterfront route where we can do a loop of some sort, a mini loop or something like that? I don't want to waste money and just go with one project and say that's it, when it's not something I really wanted. When I did take the walk, I remember with Mike there, with our CAO, I said, the only way I'm really going to be for that project if we got the waterfront route. And that's where I'm at right now. Thank you.
We're definitely going to get the waterfront route. And I think just for reaffirming for Council that the whole intent of this project was certainly primarily to be waterfront wherever possible, but also to have multiple routes and multiple paths and different connections into different neighborhoods, so that community members could, do the whole path or do a number of smaller loops or different routes that tie into different trails and things like that. So maybe if you could respond to just sort of the intent around now and in the future, and then also maybe we could speak a bit to some of the work that's being done to currently expand what is in front of the Somas. Thanks.
Sure. As most council knows, I'm fairly new to the organization, so I'll comment with what I do know, and then I'll defer to our CAO. But the current, I guess, trail you could call it in front of the SOMAS site is what we can do based around the current state of development and demolition. Until such time as we have a developer and start going through the plans and knowing what that's going to look like, there's no point in investing money into a trail that we're not sure what the site exactly looks like just yet. And so I'll maybe allow our CEO to comment anything further.
Sure, thank you, and through the chair. Hopefully by spring we'll have a rough trail around the waterfront, coming out a loop trail that would actually join on to the Dry Creek path, if that is where council chooses to connect the keys there. This would just be not built to a paved standard, and would have the portable lights that you see down there now. That are solar. Currently, until we're done our environmental and have the full development plans, we can't dig anything in the ground and leave it in a permanent fashion. So even the chairs, the platforms that you see down there are movable. And the reason we're doing that is so we don't have to dig something up twice. So we are being very thoughtful in that manner, but we do want to open the waterfront as soon as possible. And our project manager has in his sights early spring to summer to have that completed.
Thank you, Councillor Mealy.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So through you, Madam Mayor, through to staff, I'm going to assume, well, I'll let somebody else. So what I need to know at this point is for this phase, how much of the grant money is being used for this phase, and how long do we have before we spend that? Is it at the end of the year? We have to spend it by the end of the year, or is there another timeline?
Andrew?
No.
Sorry.
Madam Chair, what we have is the first phase of the project was the approximately $3.4 million that was in the grant. So with that, there's $2.5 million that we have available for it, and then the city had a contribution of 900 and something. So that is the phase that we anticipate completing by June of this year. Then we'd be finished with the grant portion of the project. That was the original commitment when we made that grant application in 2020, and we started funding that in 2021 and 2022. So we anticipate completing that in June. This phase is that connection piece. So we're looking for the final commitment of the original $7+ million that was in the financial plan back in 2020 when we made the grant application.
If I may, Madam Mayor, thank you. Thank you for coming. Appreciate it. Sorry to put this on you, but I guess the question is, and hypothetical is, if council decides not to go forward, and we look at this in a year's time, is that grant money still going to be around for us to use, or do we lose that?
Madam Chair, essentially what we're doing right now will be fully spent with the grant. We anticipate finishing in June of this year. This additional portion is just making that connection, so it isn't anything to do with the grant component.
Yeah, so for clarity, our grant will be fully expended, but our commitments from the grant will not be completed because a commitment of the grant was to connect the keys and build the entire loop. So this is completing that project. If I could maybe ask a follow-up question to that. We don't speak to in the motion here where the funds will come from. And I think that there's going to be a concern, given that this is a difficult, or will be a difficult budget year. We're just beginning that process now. Is this something that could come from the Growing Communities Fund? We received about $5.5 million from the province that was for infrastructure, specifically for communities that are growing, and I think we've committed about under $1 million of those funds so far. So is this something that we could look to use to fund the remainder of this project so that it doesn't have to come from taxation?
Madam Chair, yes, that's correct. We could use the Growing Communities Fund if Council makes that direction or recommendation in the financial plan.
Thank you very much. And do we have to designate now where the funds would come from, or we are just moving this forward to council for further discussion?
Madam Chair, I think you could make that motion right now and that recommendation to council, and we can populate the financial plan as directed if council supports that at the next meeting.
Thank you. Councillor Mealy.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I guess what I was getting to for everybody was in reading the report, and a fine report, thank you, Mr. McDonald, is, and I pull this apart, is overwhelming support was given to the SOMAS waterfront route. And so we all know we can't do that at this point. So if it's not going to be a problem holding off for a year and having this discussion after we know what's going on at SOMAS with a potential developer, if that's the preferred way with overwhelming support from the public, I would like us to continue on that. And I'm not saying we're wasting money by going another route. I just think that would be the best route in my mind, is to hold off. I would support option 3 and wait another year and have this discussion in a year's time when we know what's going on with SOMAS, and then utilize the preferred route. That's my say.
Thank you. Councillor Patola.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you to whomever in administration is appropriate to answer the question. I'm reading at the bottom of page 12 of the agenda. The paragraph says, phase 3 of the project includes 3 major components. And then I am guessing that there is a punctuation error in here somewhere, because it follows the Harbor Road intersection redesign for the connection between Tyee Landing and Rogers Street following the Dry Creek Waterway, and finally from the Pemberton Water Park to Victoria Quay. So I see it, the Pemberton Water Park to Victoria Quay is one of the components, and I'm guessing the Harbor Road intersection is a component, but I'm not sure whether Tyee Landing to Rogers Street is also a component, or whether that's just referred to as part of the Harbor Road intersection.
Thank you for the question, and I believe these are the alternative pricings that we did get from the current contractor in their bid. So these are the sections that if we get this funding, we will be able to complete the trail. Without the funding, the trail won't be one uniformed connection at this time.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And then, Madam Mayor, could a member of the administration comment then on what the route is between Tyee Landing and Rogers Street, which I'm guessing is more like from the paper mill to Rogers Street? No, I mean, the Tyee Landing part is going along Dry Creek, but once we hit Stamp Avenue, what's the path from Stamp Avenue to Rogers Street?
Sorry, I'm just getting in my mental Rolodex here. So from Tyee Landing, it would come down across through the parking lot, follow Dry Creek, come out at the bottom, and then go follow the tracks in behind the Barclay, following the tracks down that way to join on to the current trail being built.
Connect to the portion of the tracks that already has the trail being constructed.
Correct.
So that portion, if I'm understanding, and sorry, because we should have had a map, I think, would have made this conversation a little easier. But that's really where the trail at this point would stop. So it's regardless of the SOMAS portion of this, we still need to get from Roger Street to basically Catalyst, just the far side of Catalyst, to the SOMAS. That portion, then, I think we all accept we would like to be along the SOMAS frontage. And the Dry Creek is a temporary, and I would imagine a pretty small portion of that. But it's the barrier between, or the kind of the property line between SOMAS and Catalyst to Roger Street that we're really talking about here. Do we have a map?
There is several, and also just for council's consideration is we have tendered this project several times. The budgets always came over budget. This time our project manager was able to negotiate it and bring it down within the current budget. If we put it off for longer, there may be inflations that would increase costs on the project. So I would also like to remind that. But the largest section probably would be that section, but also coming across the parking lot area and then making that connection onto Dry Creek area would be costly.
I'm wondering if we could have a map, and even if we pause the conversation until we can get a map after the next topic, because I'm thinking, like, hearing from Councillor Mealy, I think that's a really valid concern. That, I mean, we all want the SOMAS frontage. That's why we did all of this, was for the SOMAS frontage, and you know, so, but I think, thinking about where this is going, that the vast majority of this is not SOMAS or not. It's connecting from basically the edge of SOMAS to Roger Street. But I'd like to see that on a map so that we could have a better understanding of distances. Would council be okay with either recessing or just pausing this item and coming back to it after the industrial heritage discussion?
Let's come back to it.
Because then I think we could have just a more effective conversation about it. Okay.
And through the chair, we are getting a map.
Wonderful.
Currently.
Yeah, and if that takes a few minutes, that's perfectly fine. I think we'll just move on to the next conversation, then we can come back to that. I'm seeing support from council, heads nodding, so I'm not going to make a motion. We'll just move forward. Okay, so we will pause that, and we will move on to the Western Vancouver Island Industrial Heritage Society discussion. We have a report from the Director of Parks, Recreation and Culture. Welcome. Will, I didn't even see you there. I hear maps, Madam Chair. Shall I continue? Yeah. Okay. So, Madam Chair, the Western Vancouver Island Industrial Heritage Society, or IHS, has a long history of volunteers conducting a variety of activities related to city-owned assets and properties. The IHS requires ongoing support from the city in order to continue with future heritage initiatives. And in this report, 5 aspects of the IHS are outlined, including the status of current agreements with the IHS and the amounts currently included in the city's 5-year financial plan, a response to council's request inviting comment from the Heritage Commission on placement of the 2-spot locomotive, details on the Alberni Pacific Railway operating passenger rail service locally, liability insurance for the society, including exploring adding the IHS as an associate member to the city's current insurance policy, and details of the old time logging show, including insurance, financial, and land use implications. So in the report, 7 options are outlined for the committee's consideration to recommend to council, which range from entering into agreements with various parties and considering various budget amounts in the 2024 to 2028 financial plan process, through to deferring any action until the Parks, Recreation, and Culture Master Plan is complete. 6 recommendations are included on page 15 of your agenda package, and I'd be pleased to answer any questions the committee has. Thank you. Questions, comments? Who would like to start the discussion? Councillor Patola and then Councillor Douglas.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Actually, I defer to Councillor Douglas because I think he probably has a more pertinent question, and I'll happy to go after him.
I'll second it.
Okay, so just because Councillor Douglas's mic wasn't on, Councillor Douglas has made a motion that we move as written items A through F, and that's seconded by Councillor Solda for discussion, and I'll go back to Councillor Douglas.
Well, first, just to make it perfectly clear that we are recommending this to council, which time it can be discussed in further detail. But I'm a big proponent of this organization. I think they've had extremely difficult times over the last decade, and hence the motion that I've made. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Patola.
Well, I was going to make the other motion. But in speaking to the motion that's on the floor, I would speak against that motion, and I think that it would be more appropriate to have all of these questions discussed with greater knowledge and within the context of the parks master plan. The reason for that is that this is not just a question of a railway, the mill, or doing some I mean, there's 6 recommendations here, which are all steps in moving forward to ensure the restart of the Alberni Pacific Railway and presumably moving towards the restart of the McLean Mill. Those are things that cost a lot of money. And they are things that I have a lot of questions about whether we should be spending that money. And until those questions are appropriately answered within the master plan. I realize that some of these items here are just getting quotes, but I don't think that we should be even considering insuring a society until we know our proper relationship to societies. There's a number of groups in the valley that we have relationships with that are unclear, and what the legal requirements of those relationships are. To follow through with this proposal would indicate that we would be committing the city to $500,000 at the minimum, with further costs above and beyond that. That might be a good investment, but before we move on that, we should know how that investment will pay off and what other options are available for investment of those funds. We're talking about improving our community, and whilst there is no improvement that wouldn't be welcomed in the community, including Heritage Rail Museum, I'm not sure that for the $5 million that's going to be the best improvement of the community. The report provided by the director is an excellent covering of the options and the implications thereof. The associated report of the Alberni Pacific Railway budget raises more questions, and all of these commitments by the city are somewhat contingent on that budget being reliable, even if not authoritative. The APR budget that's been submitted is more of a promotional material than it is an actual business plan. It doesn't include a swag analysis. It doesn't include any comparables from existing businesses. There's a bold statement therein that the price of $45 a ticket was determined by reviewing other similar rail museums across the, I guess, continent. Although a local review suggests that the Railway Museum in Squamish only asks for $25 a ticket. The Forest Discovery Center in Duncan only asks a maximum of $18 a ticket. And for sake of argument, although not exactly the same, but still a 2-kilometer long railway, the Stanley Park miniature railway only asks a maximum of $15 a ticket, including special events. So I'm not sure. I mean, I accept that the $45 price came from a review, but I'd like to see what was reviewed. Certainly, it wasn't based on the Forest Discovery Center or the Railway Museum. Or if it was, then there must have been other outliers that would change that. Also, both of those, all 3 of the examples I've cited have approximately 2.5-kilometer railway along with them. The proposal for the ride from the railway station to the roundhouse and back, I'm not sure that is even a full 2 kilometers, although I don't know that it's comparable, is what I'm saying. It's described by length of time, not length and distance, with a 20-minute stopover at a museum, and I'm not sure the state of that museum, if it's even an attractant in and of itself at this point in time, and certainly not comparable from the pictures I've seen of the current state of our roundhouse compared to the current state of the Railway Museum in Squamish, which has extensive covered buildings and prime condition rolling stock. I also would question, with lack of comparables or any justification, the expenses that have been included in the budget for the APR. In that, I question $50,000 a year as a viable wage for any full-time employee. That amounts to, on a per hourly rate at 2 weeks of holidays, that amounts to $25 an hour. And for such a professional position, that might be an appropriate wage. I don't know, but there are no comparables in their budget. So before committing to setting out $500,000 of taxpayers' money, at a minimum, not to mention associated costs to the old time logging show, which we don't know what the budget for that would be, or any other actions at McLean Mill that we're already paid over $25 million for, and continue to pay approximately $300,000 a year for. I think we should have a full review within the concept of the Parks Master Plan so that we can see what we're spending, where we're spending it, and what the return is. And certainly if there is a return, whether it's financial or secondary spending due to tourism or whatever it is, I'd like to see something that's, if not accurate, at least reliable. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mealy.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, we do have a representative from the Industrial Heritage Society and the APR here. I believe those questions probably could be answered if we allow them to. My take on this was to actually ask the group that's with us tonight, that's waited all this time, is if these recommendations, how would they affect their plans going forward this year? So Councilor Patola had some questions for the group. So I was just wondering if we would allow somebody from the APR or the IHS to try to field this during the committee of the whole and see if we can get these answers tonight.
Thank you. We do have a motion on the floor, but I think if there's consensus among council, we can absolutely just ask for a member of the group to come up and answer any questions. Okay. Okay, Councillor Patola.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I would be fine with that too, but I would note that the budget has been set out on the APR website for a long time. It seems like they put a lot of work into it. They resubmitted it for the purposes of staff to review. Staff ask questions. I don't know how many times we need to go around the mulberry bush with more questions. It's clear that those items are not included in their business plan. So if they know the answers, they should be included. If they don't know the answers, they should go and get them. And that's why we should defer this until they can actually provide a reliable business plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. I just want to poll council to see if it's okay to call up a speaker from the public. I think there's support for that. Wonderful. Do we have a representative from the Industrial Heritage Group who would like to come forward and speak to any questions? I think we have Richard and Ron coming forward. Welcome.
Thank you for the opportunity. Ron Corbeil, 2406 6th Avenue, Port Alberni. Where do I start? Well, I'll go over these one by one and I'll just talk at a very high level. Richard is much more operational and hopefully can answer some of Mr. Patola's questions. The formal agreement, the first bullet there, absolutely necessary. We've been talking about it for some time now, and Willa, I really appreciate this coming to the forefront. You know, we do have a draft agreement for the Roundhouse. We don't have any agreement whatsoever for the logging demonstration out at McLean's Mill, so that's a great recommendation. The second one, in regards to relocating the two spot, And just to roll the clock back a little bit, we had always envisioned, the Heritage Society had envisioned what a great place for it, and that little siding that used to be down by the train station. That was removed, and we did ask for the relocation of the two-spot. The price actually is kind of surprises me, and I wonder if that's something that maybe could be put in abeyance until the track is finished so we can roll the thing down. It's not going to save a ton of money, I realize, but we could get the two-spot right to the train station, and then it's a matter of moving it from there. The third bullet, the iced tea grant. Now, that was an initiative of the Heritage Society, and we brought together, and we've talked about this, we brought together about 13 stakeholders, and we've applied for the funding. We've got the $30,000. The city put in $5,000 towards that. We're hoping in February at the iced tea board meeting to get approval, and with $60,000, hopefully we can do a fulsome investigation of. And the idea was always from Port Alberni out to Maclean's Mill. We're pretty comfortable with the track within sort of the Stamp to Bruce or Stamp to Argyle area, with the exception of there's a couple crossings that we'll get to in a second. But, you know, the big concern has always been the Island Corridor Foundations track from Stamp out to Maclean's Mill. And also the idea behind this grant would be to, you know, identify the issues as far as track and trestles, how a business plan would come together, and how we could seek funding, because it will cost a few dollars to go out to Maclean's Mill. The next thing, again, thank you very much for trying to get us sort of piggybacking with the Municipal Insurance Association. Years ago, when the city had Aon, we were covered, and I realize the whole insurance world is upside down now. But you know, when I was on council, I think all we ever seen was if we go to the municipal insurance, we're going to save money. It never really came to the forefront that it's going to be difficult to insure, you know, outfits like the Industrial Heritage Society, and it's really been quite frustrating. The next bullet with the third-party safety plan, I think we're pretty comfortable now that that shouldn't be very difficult for us to achieve the recommendations of that safety plan. And as far as quote for infrastructure replacement, I don't think there's going to be a huge cost there. The guys, they do it themselves. They've got a plan in place if the spar tree has to be replaced. They've got a contingency where somebody will bring in a new spar tree at no cost. So I think we're going to be fine there. Lastly, again, the municipal insurance for the logging demonstration and some sort of formal agreement with Mosaic. That's the most frustrating thing. And it's more than just the area of the property from sort of the spar tree up to the old barn, as probably many of you know. The siding that goes from the main line up to Smith Road goes through that same Mosaic property. So it'd be nice to get some sort of long-term, like for years, the city leased it for $1 or something. It would be nice to see that whole piece of property become part of Maclean's Mill again, because it's so necessary. Like right now, the guy's got to change some tail holds or put in some dead men for the spar tree. Well, that gets into the Mosaic property, and in today's world of liability, we're overly cautious about things like that. So again, thank you, Willa, for identifying that. With that, maybe I'll ask Richard to talk a little bit more operationally. I know he put a lot of work into that business plan, and while maybe it doesn't say where he got the numbers from, I know he did a lot of research into you know, what other organizations are doing. So Richard, with that.
Yeah, so I'll try to answer your questions the best I can. And I think the first one, that the first concern you had was about the ticket pricing. So basically, the way that that's laid out is by demographic. So who are we marketing to for the train? Now, everyone knows in the past it's been the steam train. And then on other days it's been the diesel train. And you never knew which it was going to be, but you're paying the same ticket price for each of those. So the way that we look at it from to market the train and for that demographic is who's going to be spending the money on what train, who actually cares that it's the steam train, and who just wants to ride the train. And the way that we look at it is the families are going to want those sort of cheaper ticket prices because they're going to be going as a whole family, but they don't necessarily need the steam train. It's not going to be their that's not their bread and butter. So what is, though, is that sort of exciting train ride for the family and that experience on board a train. And then along our waterfront as well, it's sort of the perfect sort of tourist stop in Port Alberni, whether they're spending a night here doing some other activities or a few nights, or going to Tofino and just want to stop for the day. For the steam train, however, which is priced significantly higher than the diesel train, that's for a different demographic. That's for the people who are coming to town who want that sort of steam experience. So there's the rail fans who we used to get a lot of when we were operating the train. There's also those sort of history buffs who they're going to buy a ticket because it's a steam train, and they're not going to buy a ticket for the diesel train, which, again, there's a lot of those, seeing that how much complaints there were in the past about it's the diesel train, and we don't want to ride the diesel train, we want to ride the steam train. Well, those people are going to pay that cost. Now, I understand that that Squamish doesn't have those ticket prices, but I'd like to remind you that Squamish also doesn't have an operating steam locomotive, whereas our ticket prices for the diesel train are averaged at about, I believe it's $24 and are $23.50 per person for the diesel train, whereas our steam locomotive is going to be $45, and I believe that's $45 for an adult. And then with that BC Forest Discovery Center, they do have a steam locomotive, but it's a completely different operation. So you don't pay that $14 for admission, or for the tickets, you pay for admission, which includes unlimited train rides throughout the day. They're also in a park format, so they're not an actual operational full-scale railway. They're narrow gauge, smaller scale, but in a park format. So you explore the park, you can ride the train as many times as you'd like for that $14. They also, being on the highway, they see an incredible amount of people. They have had huge success in the last, I can't remember how many years, 40, 50 years that they've been operating. So for the Alberni Pacific Railway, getting back to operations, we're going to need those sort of higher ticket prices. But we do know, we are confident that people will be paying for that. But again, it all comes back to that marketing and that demographic, that we're not marketing to young families saying, come ride the steam train and pay $45 a person. We're marketing to those history buffs, those those retired travelers who are trying to get that experience, that steam and heritage experience. If you want to remind me, I believe there's a few other questions, but
Yes, thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. The general questions were, what other existing rail museum type of entertainment complexes did you review? Your business plan says that you reviewed a number across North America to come up with the $55 price. So I'm just wondering which ones were reviewed, and also what comparable statistics you have. So you've discussed why you think people will pay $45, but that's just a marketing plan. That's not a researched based of existing facilities that offer a similar service. So telling me about Duncan and differentiating it actually probably undercuts the strength of your argument, because you're saying they're so much better. Well, they're so much better and they're less. How do you propose, based on market research, not a marketing plan and a hope, but on actual hard fact numbers from other people that run things like this, that you'll be able to get the type of ridership and the type of income per ticket that you're proposing? Not just what you're going to market it to, but why we can believe these numbers have any relation to the productive future that we hope for.
Yeah, so first I'll start out with where I've been looking at, and I take, especially for the business plan, I've taken inspiration off of a number of railroads And those are the Kamloops Heritage Railway, which are no longer operational. However, they were up until 2020, I believe. I also look at places like that are in the States, or the other one in Canada, sorry, is Kettle Valley Heritage Railway, and they are operational. And then in the States, there's Nevada Northern Railway out of Ely, Nevada, and Durango and Silverton narrow gauge railroad. So those railroads do have a higher ticket price. And again, as what I've figured, as what I understand, is because they are offering that steam locomotive experience. So that's sort of where those numbers came from, where those bigger operations, those bigger railroads, who again, they have been established, so they're a lot more well-known, so people they plan their destinations, they plan their travels, because they know that that's existing. So the APR, we have had that in the past, and that sort of, we've had lots of people be coming through the railroad in Port Alberni that have, it was their yearly travel or their every couple years that they would stop here and they would see that, they get that constant experience. And those people had no problems paying the, what was in 2018 was $38 for an adult for a ticket. Now, of course, we all know inflation, and that number has gone up. And as far as I know, the last numbers that I did, that $38 has gone up to over $50 a ticket. And then to justify that, there's the other side of things, whereas that everything was marketed to the same demographic, whereas now we're taking a stronger approach to separate demographics compared to the old sort of operating plan. So we're sort of trying to advance that as well.
Thank you. Councillor Patola.
So I'd be interested in you including in your business plan the numbers in Port Alberni that you're basing it on. Lots of people come through is not a reliable number. You should know what the ridership is, and you should be able to tell us what the ridership is or was, so that we can make a reliable decision. And that ridership, question whether that ever produced a profit. Or was this always operating at a loss supported by the taxpayers?
So I just want to give the
that.
opportunity because, thank you, and I think it's a great point, but Richard, you did mention the numbers from 2019, and I don't think we've given him an opportunity to say if you do know the numbers, the ridership numbers from 2019. So when we were operating, and granted there were some challenges around which train it was going to be, and that probably did have an impact, do you know what those numbers were and how they compare to the numbers that you're proposing for going forward? And I think if I understand correctly, Councillor Patola, that's what you're trying to understand in this one portion is are these numbers realistic and where did they come from? So just want to give you the opportunity and not assume that you don't know the numbers.
Absolutely. So so basically what we were looking at for those numbers was 2018's management's their plan on where they got their numbers from and where they got their predictions from. So they were basing their numbers on, I believe, and I have the plan somewhere, and I don't know, somewhere deep down in the files that I was researching, and I believe it was about 40 to 45% capacity for the train. So we've brought that down to 30% capacity for those numbers. Now, I do not know the actual statistics on how many people were on the train in 2018, and I know that reporting has been poor in the past for a lot of organizations, and I'm aware of that. So I don't have the numbers with me. I could possibly find them, but I can't promise that.
Thanks. So it sounds like there wasn't properly recorded actual numbers of what we ended up with for people on the train, which you can only work with the best numbers you've got, but at least for comparison, you are working with a lower projection from what they were working with in the past. Thank you. Councillor Patola, if you had more questions.
The only other number that stuck out to me that I would like to know how verifiable it is the proposed wages for the full-time workers in the business plan. They seemed low to me, and they seemed justified through giving long periods of time off. So I guess presumably, so that during their holidays, they could get another job to supplement their income. But I just wondering what these other railways, such as the Durango or the Kettle Valley or Nevada Northern, what they pay a similar person in a similar role.
So I can't speak to what other railways would pay their managers. However, basically, the math that we based it off of here was trying to take that wage at $50,000 a year, which we do agree is a lower wage for management. But then, I'll echo sort of what you said, to justify that with with those days off. Now, of course, we're going to have the busy season, especially working in tourism. We're going to have that busy season, then we're going to have that slower season where we're not necessarily operating, but we're going to be having lots of planning, budgeting, so lots of work to do, but not necessarily the 5 days a week work. So to be able to justify that, that's where they're granted those days off to be able to, whether you say get another job or take some vacation time, whatever they want. That was the initiative to try to get a person at a lower cost that sort of would know management in that area for sure.
Thank you. Yeah. Did I have Councillor Haggard? Okay, Councillor Haggard, then Councillor Solda and Councillor Dane.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I do have several questions, if I may, and I don't know who would best to answer, whether it be staff or whether it be you, Richard, so please feel free to stay up there. Thank you. First of all, I want to start the conversation by saying there's nobody that's a bigger fan of the train than I am. I think it's a fantastic asset to the community, but you are asking for a lot of money, and we have, as council, we have a lot of things, we have to spread the money around. We have a lot of needs in our community. So if you give money to you, that means we have to take it from somewhere else. So just keep that in mind. Even though we support you, it's very difficult to fund you to that amount of money. Before I retired, I was a small business advisor at Community Futures, and I read and analyzed several hundred business plans during my career there. So I do come with some expertise. Many entrepreneurs, when they wrote a business plan, their projected expenses were too low and their projected revenues were very optimistic. So, but I do appreciate you. This is the first time I've ever seen any kind of business plan from your organization. So I do appreciate that, but just keep that in mind. Not very many new businesses meet their goal. Even though you do have some, you're not technically a new business, this is a new endeavor. We're starting from fresh, I feel. Are you getting any kind of financial support from the Island Rail Corridor? Have you approached them, or do you work with this organization at all?
So the Island Corridor Foundation, I believe who you're referring to, we have worked with them in the past. As going out to McLean Mill, we go on their track. They own about just over 5 miles of track that we used to operate on. So we are not getting any funding for this part of the operation just because we don't touch their track. We don't go onto their track. However, in the past, I believe they did contribute just a little over $20,000 to track work, track maintenance on their owned portion. However, we are working with them on the bigger picture with the ICE-T grant. So we're working sort of in partnership with them to try to make this happen, try to get this study done, first get this grant and then get the study done to try to do that research to make the bigger picture plan on the return of rail to McLean Mill. So that's where we are working on with them.
Thank you. Now, the city has an agreement with the Chamber of Commerce to operate McLean Mill, but I don't see anywhere in either the staff report or the business plan, has there been any consultation with the Chamber about operating the trail, hopefully all the way to McLean Mill, or to hold the logging show there? I'm just wondering what the Chamber's thoughts are in this.
So I can speak to one part of that. For the return of rail to McLean Mill, the Chamber of Commerce is sitting on that. They are a part of that group as well, that the Island Corridor Foundation is a part of, and many other supporters. So they are sitting on that seat. But I'm not sure if I see Jolene, the CEO of the Chamber, is in the audience. I don't know if you wanted her to speak to
How
that,
does council feel about that? Is it okay to bring
I would like
You're
to
good
hear
with
from the
that? Okay.
chamber.
Chamber of
Would
Commerce.
you like to come
Jolene,
and
do you want to
speak,
come
Jolene?
forward, please? Thank you.
Hello. It's been a long time since I've spoken. Hi, I'm Jolene Dick, CEO, Alberni Valley Chamber of Commerce. Just want to congratulate Richard for putting together a very thorough business plan. I did not know that he and the team had that capacity, and I'm really proud of what Richard does and his passion for Alberni Pacific Railway. I learned so much from him and what's going on. As for the Chamber of Commerce support, of course, we support the Alberni Pacific Railway continuing and becoming in operation again. That certainly helps the city and the Chamber of Commerce in the long run. We continuously hear that the city wants to reduce the costs that they have in obligation to these agreements that we have. This is a revenue generating opportunity for a not-for-profit organization to literally put the train back on the tracks. But as for the logging show, of course, that will increase visitation at McLean Mill. But as we know, it's super complex. We have a private landowner that has some requirements that is relying on the city to have an additional insured in order to move forward with a logging show. We have very talented and dedicated volunteers that have been maintaining these assets for a very long time, just using their own blood, sweat, and tears and their knowledge. So we also see value in, I know that there's like quite a few items in this package in front of you today, but of course we support the logging show coming up. It will increase our visitation, but ultimately with the Alberni Pacific Railway coming on, as Richard had mentioned, we are part of the working group that and contributed a letter of support and a little bit of money to the iced tea application that I know that we're all waiting for results from on whether or not we can do that feasibility study to get those answers that Councillor Patola has been asking for. What we can do as the Chamber of Commerce, we also track statistics. So as the Visitor Information Center, we have a community-specific category, and we can continue tracking specific things. One of the things that we tracked this year was the amount of Cameron Bluffs wildfire inquiries. So we can pull that stat for you. I actually don't know how to run that report. I was trying to see if we had it at the back of the room there, but I couldn't get that. But we can start tracking how many people actually ask about the railway. As many of you know, I've met you through my life. When I was 16, I was a visitor information counselor. That is the number one thing that visitors come in and ask for. Where's the steam train? During that time, people also asked to do canoe rides and canoe journeys. Even though that business that Hupecheset First Nation ran had closed down, there is a legacy of what we market out into the world. People still come back into the visitor center asking for this experience, a unique niche experience. And I think Richard spoke very well to the difference between a diesel train experience and the steam train experience. I remember 10 years ago when I was still at the visitor center, people were very disappointed that they had to ride the diesel train when they came specifically to Port Alberni for the steam train. Speaking to the steam train, we know that in when the railway there were some issues with Technical Safety BC that highlighted some of the track issues. We had the Chamber of Commerce, we had booked some weddings at McLean Mill that were partnered with the steam train. And it was very heartbreaking to the couples who booked their wedding venue based on the niche experience they had to bring their guests to the mill in a steam train. I was actually an invited guest to one of those weddings where there were 3 couples that had to redo their plans on that niche experience on what they were going to do. So if we want McLean Mill to be a sustainable operation, we have to allow for these value-added products to succeed. And I think that there is some really dedicated research and data being built and put in behind to making these revenue-generating opportunities so that they can sustain themselves and hopefully reduce the pressure on the city's financials. Thank you.
Thank you. Just a couple more quick questions.
Who do you want, Richard or Jolene?
Probably Richard.
Richard, come on up.
You're asking for $125,000 to fix the crossings at Dunbar and Strathern and Rathall. Now, whose actual responsibility is it to fix that? Is that the city's responsibility, or that who owns the rail there? Would that be their responsibility? I'm really unclear about whose responsibility that is.
Yeah. So the city owns the rail line and that section, and the city, now I'm not sure if council had any part of this or who did, but in a few budgets ago, the city had allocated about, I can't remember if it was $150,000 or $175,000 to replace those two crossings, as they were both addressed that they needed repairs. That work, I know the Industrial Heritage Society was approached about that work, and that work it never went ahead. It was got into the discussion and then sort of died off. So that's sort of why we're sort of revisiting this issue, because we acknowledge that no train can operate on those tracks until those crossings are repaired, no matter what kind of train it is or where it's going. So in essence, that's sort of one of the important things that we envision that should get done as soon as possible if we want any possible way of running a train again. And then, yeah, so the city does own that property.
Thank you. And last question, and thanks, Council, for being so patient with me. Do you know who funds the BC Forest Discovery Centre? Because I would be interested to find out how they get their funding.
I don't know that off the top of my head. I'm sure people could find out, but yeah, I don't know that off the top of my head.
Thank you so much for all your responses.
No problem.
Thank you. I've got Councillor Solda and then Councillor Dame.
So just a couple of quick questions. The steam train, do you know the difference between the steam train and the diesel train, how much it is to take it out for the run, say if it was operating? So I know it can be rather expensive, so go for it.
So I don't know the exact numbers for the day-to-day operation of that. However, what I can say is simply in fuel costs, to fire up the steam locomotive is roughly $700 to $800. To fire up the diesel locomotive is like starting a truck. You start it, you let it warm up, and it's ready to go. So just there you have a huge expense just to get the thing warmed up. As well, there you have operator costs. You need different certifications for your operators. It's a whole nother type of locomotive, so now you need additional inspections on that locomotive. So the cost is rather high to operate that locomotive compared to the diesel locomotives.
Okay, so why I'm asking is, so if I rented it as an example for a wedding, I'm going to McLean's Mill, and it's going to cost me, $900, $1,000 because of the cost. You don't have that total price breakdown.
I don't have that breakdown not on me. It would not be hard to get, but I don't have that on me.
Okay, and maybe this is for our financial manager. So the amount that they've asked for to operate the train and get it running and everything is, how much would that be in percentage on our taxes? I think it's about close to $500,000, 492, am I right?
Yeah, so in the report, the implications are stated within the report, and it is 1.74%.
And the other question here is for our Parks and Rec department. Do we have a date on the completion of the master plan? I mean, we're looking at, we have the IHS here wanting to start, and the season is happening, like this is the time to start it. But if we're going to be a year or 2 years, where are we on that that particular plan?
So, Madam Chair, the intent is to have a Parks, Recreation and Culture Master Plan complete in the year of 2024. Currently, we're in the process of building our request for proposal for that plan. So the plan has not started. I've met with our local project manager, one of our new hires, to discuss what might be contained in that master plan, but we have not actively begun drafting that plan.
Thank you. And I understand all the trains, everything that the collection belongs to the city, right? Am I correct?
So, Madam Chair, the collection, there is the city's industrial collection that we own. There are also pieces of the collection that the Industrial Heritage Society owns. So they're two separate collections that live harmoniously at the Industrial Heritage Center, Roundhouse, etc. So, Madam Chair, there's actually two separate collections. So the city does not own all of the rolling stock artifacts.
Okay, so the steam and the diesel, we own that?
Perhaps Richard could get into the detail, please.
Yes, so the city does own the steam and the diesel that we were proposing to operate, as well as the orange diesel, which is currently out of service. The society owns one steam locomotive that is not operational and is nowhere close to being operational.
Okay, so I'm looking at the cost of running the steam and the diesel per trip, right? And if you don't get the ridership, and I've seen the train when it's full and when it's not, and that's really frustrating. When I do concerts, I look at bums and seats, and I need to make sure I have my costs covered. So that I do have a lot of questions. I see the frustration because you want to start the project now, but you're waiting for, if we're going to wait for a master plan, how do we move forward to get the tracks and get something going on? So I don't know what the best answer to that is, and that's where I'll wait for everybody else's opinion on that.
May I speak to one of the points made there? Okay, so I'd like just to speak to the point of the budget request. Now, the Industrial Heritage Society has asked directly for the operation of the rail for two items. Was one, the capital project of restoring the, or fixing, sorry, the rail crossings, which was, like I said, was acknowledged by council in the past that that was a project that they did want to do, and I realized that was a different council back then. But the other one was the $130,000 request for the operation of the railway. Now, the movement of the two spot is not an operational request, nor is the unrealized revenue that I see showed up in the staff's report there. And now, I agree with you that, and I understand that, yes, you need to get those numbers to ensure that we are making costs. There are numbers in there in the budget, in the expenses that we shot for on the higher side, certain maintenance costs for the equipment, as well as the fuel cost alone for the steam locomotive, we shot high for. So other than that, there are certain items in that budget that if we are not seeing right off the bat the attendance that we would like, we can start modifying operations and bringing down costs, bringing down the expenses to try to reflect what that looks like. In addition to that, we'd also have contingency funds available of in there, I believe it's 36,000 for contingency funds to ensure that some of those costs can be covered that we maybe can't bring down in the expenses. Yeah, no problem.
Thank you. Councillor Dame.
Thank you. I'd like to speak to the motion on the floor if I could. So a lot's been said about what the plan doesn't include, and so first I'd like to acknowledge that it does include a lot of really great stuff, a lot of really good information, a lot of vision and insight, and I appreciate that. Clearly, a lot of work went into it. But I have to say that I do share a lot of the concerns of my colleague Councillor Patola that the gaps in the information is where I'm having a hard time like, I don't want to say no, but I feel like I'm saying not yet. When I look at what's been brought to us, just because it is such a significant decision, I don't feel like I am prepared or equipped with the information to make a decision of this scope. And so, I like, for instance, I commend that it was recognized that diversification is necessary and appealing to different demographics. Like that's really good insight, but within that, I don't have any assurance that the mentioned demographics exist in enough abundance to support the predicted revenue. Like I don't know that they don't, but I just would need more in order to feel comfortable, because it all comes down to viability, right? And it's not that. I mean, I would love to see the train, so it pains me to even be, speaking in this way. I would just like to just support it, but I just have to see a viable plan before me. And I mean, heritage is valuable to the point that even if it costs the city some money to see the trains running again, I could be on board with that. But there has to be a point where we say there's not enough self-sustainability here, and without an understanding of like, where is that line? What do we need to see? Where are the minimums that we need to see, and how are we going to hit those? I think that I won't be able to support the motion that is currently on the floor, and I would feel more comfortable if it was split up, so that we could vote on each one individually and then support what we support out of that list. So that's what I would prefer to see.
Thank you. And just for clarity, any member of council does have the ability to make a motion to sever, and we can vote on these individually. Thank you.
I'll go ahead and make a motion to sever then.
Thank you. Is there a seconder? Seconded. Councillor Fatola is going to speak to our process here.
No, thank you. Madam Mayor, I know I had my opportunity to speak and ask many questions, and as I listened to my co-councillors, I came up with one more, and I would seek your indulgence to ask one more question of the presenter.
Absolutely. If you don't have a comment on the motion to sever, then I will call the question on that first, and then we'll absolutely call him back up. And I do have Councillor Mealy as well for comments on the motion to sever, and then we'll go through individually and vote on each one when the time comes. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. And I will go to Councillor Mealy and then Councillor Patola.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Actually, my questions would be, now that we've severed it, they would be specific to the motion, so I'll wait till that.
Wonderful. Thank you. Councillor Patola.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I wonder if Mr. Spencer could comment on the state of the big yellow speeder, the cruise speeder. I noted that in the business plan, there is speeder days as one of the optional events. And I know that it's tangential and not central to the whole business plan, but I'm just wondering if that is the big yellow speeder that I see on tracks that is in quite decrepit condition, and if in fact that is that speeder, what type of financial commitment will it take for that to be a functioning part of the business plan as is set out?
Go ahead, Richard.
Yeah, I am very happy to say that no, that is not the big yellow speeder that is mentioned in the business plan. The big yellow speeder that is mentioned in the business plan is operational and is good to operate. Yes.
Thank you. I will just, before we kind of move through all of the motions, just generally on the topic, I just want to say, first of all, Richard and to the group, thank you for providing the information that you have, because I think that this is more information than we've been provided before in terms of business plan. And I'll just go back to 2019 maybe, when council made the decision to not fund the train, our last council, for the first time. It was really because we felt there was not a plan. We actually gave money at that point in time for a plan to be created, and that money ended up being used for other things with our approval. We didn't end up getting a plan, and this is very much the direction that we wanted to see. This is a whole lot more information than we've had before, and absolutely a step in the right direction. I still feel uncomfortable with some of the numbers, and for me, those numbers center around the ridership numbers and them being a guess. And I always felt like when the train was running before that guess was a bad guess, and that's why budgets weren't sufficient, and why they were increasing, and why funds that were designated for McLean Mill often ended up being used to operate the train because the train ran at a loss. I think that you've made a good step in the right direction by reducing from those numbers that were being the projections that were being made in the past. And granted, I think you're in a very difficult position not having actual ridership numbers from when the train was operational. I don't know if these numbers could be provided or not, but I'm really curious to know what this ask would look like of council without the steam train being a part of it in the first year. And I'm sorry if I'm piggybacking possibly on questions that have already been asked, because I did have to step out of the room, but I really look at this and think like the expensive piece of this is the train. And I also think that the steam train, is the steam train, not the train. The steam train is absolutely a tourist attraction, but I think a tourist attraction that you're not going to get anywhere near the number of riders that you're projecting in the first year, because it's going to take marketing, it's going to take talking about it, it's going to take time to build all of that up. So is there an alternative model here where we want to give our community access to riding trains along a short track for the next year? We want to bring back the Santa train and other fun events that are much loved in the community, but that don't need to be the steam train. And have a successful, albeit smaller, first year of operations. Because my concern is that if we do approve funding, which for council's clarification, we're not even really talking about today. There is no motion here to approve the funding. But if we do approve funding, I really worry that you'll be unsuccessful this year. I don't think that you've got the time to build up the amount of marketing that you need to get the amount of people onto the train to reach those numbers. If your first year you come back to us with a loss, you come back to us with an additional ask, you come back to us not being able to meet the goals that we agreed to when we gave the funds, it's going to make funding your second year significantly more difficult. So I guess, have you given consideration to a slower start first year that is very much community focused, maybe even building up potential for a profit in that year in order to fund getting the steam train back operational and having proper time for marketing in the second year?
Yeah, we have definitely taken a consideration, and we have discussed that. Now, I have not prepared a exact budget for that, but if that is council's wish, I'd be more than happy to go back and try to make something that is at less of a cost to the city that does not include the steam train to be operational. There are a number, it would take a little bit of time to try to rewrite that and to meet what council's expectations are for what that looks like, if that's simply just a budget or another plan to go along with that. But it's definitely something that we can come back to council with if that's council's choice.
Thanks, and it might be something that we could make a motion on today as well. My own personal feeling is just that would give us the opportunity to have a successful first year if it was very community focused. And I know that there are some numbers on the amount of people who went on the Santa train every year. So we do have some of those numbers. So maybe it's 8 community events that happen, and the city, we do our part. I mean, there could be a grant there also, but we do our part by improving the crossings that are our infrastructure that we need to improve regardless, and that we had already committed to improving. But I seem to remember in the past there was quite a revenue generation opportunity with the Santa train for IHS, and that could be an opportunity to get back to something that is a little bit more on the profitable side and give the time to market properly for the steam train next year. So I'll let us go through each of the motions, and we can give consideration to that. And again, for reminder's sake anyways, we're not voting on whether to fund this today. So it's just continuing the explorations, but what I'm hearing from council is concern around the numbers, and I think that possibly is a step we could take that would get us partway there, with the intent of moving to seeing the steam train operate next year. Councillor Dame.
Thank you. Yeah, I just have a question. I'm just wondering about what the implications of entering into a formal agreement are exactly.
Great question. Willa.
So further to my report there, under option 1, so the analysis is on page 20 of your agenda package. So it indicates here that entering into a formal agreement with the IHS helps ensure the city and the IHS are clear on the level of service delivery at each site. So just for the committee's clarity, the city currently has an agreement with the IHS at the Industrial Heritage Center on 9th Avenue. So that is existing, that's in place. It's been live for a number of years. The other potential agreements to enter in with the IHS don't exist. So the trouble right now is that there isn't a clear delineation of this is what the city is responsible for, this is what IHS is responsible for. So their volunteers have clarity, city staff has clarity, and also council knows what to expect when we come to budget time discussions. So the short answer to the question, I would suggest that that gives clarity to both parties, the city and the IHS, clearly who's doing what work at the site.
Thank you. Process question. When we've made this motion as a whole, and we've now severed it, do we need to read each as a motion and have them seconded, or are they all deemed to be moved and seconded? Donna.
Through the mayor, I actually don't know the answer to that question, to be honest with you.
I already looked in my little process book that you've provided,
I
and
am
it wasn't
as well.
in there, so I got that out a few minutes ago. I could just move and second each of them if that's simpler, or we could.
We think that they're motioned and seconded separately, but.
Okay, sounds good, we'll do that, thank you.
Who's taking it out?
Okay, then let's go through each of these, and if Councillor Patola wants to give a little reread and correct us at any point, he can certainly do that. This is a learning process for all of us with severing, but I think the intent here is just that we do want to possibly have a bit more discussion on each one of them. Councillor Mealy, did you want to start by reading the first motion?
Yes, Madam Mayor. So I'll move that the Committee of the Whole recommend Council direct staff to enter into formal agreements with the Western Vancouver Industrial Heritage Society, Western Vancouver Island Industrial Heritage Society regarding activities at the Roundhouse and McLean's Mill.
Thank you. Moved by Councillor Mealy, seconded by Councillor Douglas. Any comments or further questions on this piece? Seeing none on the motion, all in favor? Any opposed? None opposed, carried. And if you want to continue. Oh, sorry, Councillor Patel.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. If I may be of assistance, not sure that I will be because I'm not authoritative on the issue, but Section 18 sub G speaks to voting at meetings and states when the question under consideration, page 11. When the question under consideration contains distinct propositions, upon request of any member, the vote upon each proposition shall be taken separately. So that would say to me that there is a question on the floor under consideration. The question itself contains distinct propositions. There has been a request, even though we actually made a motion out of it, to vote upon each proposition separately. So the question is on the floor, it's just the individual propositions that need to be voted on separately.
Thank you, that's great. So I think what we'll do then is I will still, just for clarity and for public's sake, ask Councillor Mealy to read each of them out, but just for reading sake, and we won't need them to be moved or seconded. Go ahead, Councillor Mealy.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So then B says that the Committee of the Whole recommend Council include $125,000 as part of the 2024-2028 financial plan discussion for the purpose of relocating the two-spot locomotive to the train station.
Thank you. And it doesn't need to be seconded. Comments? Thank you. Councillor Mealy.
So thank you, Madam Mayor. So we did hear from the IHS on this. So if I'm not mistaken, and in hearing from Mr. Corbeil is we can do without this until we fix the track, have the two-spot rolled over, and it might even be cheaper. So if that's the case, I would suggest that I would be voting against this as a recommendation to council because we can save $125,000 that way, leave the two-spot where it is, and when the train track is finally finished, then we can actually put it up there really quickly. Not really quickly, but.
Thank you. Councillor Solda, and then I'm just going to go to staff maybe to provide a little bit more explanation. There was a bit in the report, but a bit more explanation around what those costs are associated with that project. Councillor Solda.
Madam Mayor, I think it's really important to move this train into where the tourists can come and see it. I mean, we've heard from the public want to see the train. I mean, we remember the train on Stamp Avenue in the past growing up and everything like that. And I as a kid really loved seeing it. And having it where the tourists can have pictures taken in front of it, or if they can climb in it, fine, but I'm not sure how that would work. But anyways, but just having pictures in front, and I think that's really important. I believe that's a pretty important move there.
Thank you, Councillor Mealy, and then I'll go to Willa.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, through to my colleague, Councillor Solda. So just my take on this with looking at, again, hearing from the IHS, it is something that can be done in the future. But at this point, it might even be cheaper in the future if we get the track done first. So, and the way I look at it is, we got $125,000 to relocate. There's a need for $124,327 for the crossing. So what I would suggest in my mind is I would be voting against this, because I would suggest let's do the crossing repairs first, get that track up and running, and then focus on where we're going to put the two-spot later. I would suggest that leaving the two-spot where it is for another year isn't going to be a big deal. It is going to find its way to the recommended finish line, I guess, at this point. It just may not happen this year, and I would suggest not doing it this year to save $125,000.
And
Thank
I would
you.
understand that.
And for clarity on the motion, first of all, it is not to approve the $125,000. Recommendation to council, yes, but it is only to include it as part of the discussions in budget this year. So it isn't actually giving budget to it. And it is to include it in part of the 2024 to 2028 financials. So I would suggest that, and I will get Willa to, I keep cutting her off, but I will get Willa to speak to what this project actually is for more understanding. But I would suggest that we do include it now in the discussion, because even if it is a next year project, it is an improvement to our overall budgeting process if we include it for next year now, rather than including it last minute next year. But Willa, could you speak to what this project actually looks like, and how much of the budget potentially is in moving the train versus building enclosure or whatever it is?
Madam Chair, on page 16 of your agenda, there is a graphic novel in this case. So there's a picture of the potential location. So to answer your question, Madam Chair, about half to 2/3 of the cost that's outlined, the 125, would be to physically move that locomotive. So when we say move that locomotive, we're talking about using a crane. So at this stage, further in the report discusses how Technical Safety BC will not permit us to move any trains on any track, period. So regardless of the condition of the track, to move the locomotive at this stage, we would be using a crane. So that would take, as I said, half to 2/3 of the cost. The remaining cost, as it's indicated in the report, the idea that we would set up tracks, so the locomotive would sit on a track adjacent or between the train station and the water tower there. Also further to the Industrial Heritage Society's recommendations, they'd like to see that covered as well to protect the locomotive from the elements. Also to have it fenced from a perspective of security, rather than having a hands-on display where folks are. I can see Councillor Solda interested in climbing all over the locomotive, which would be not advised, as well as signage displaying the history. So of course, when an individual or family walk up to enjoy this artifact, they need to understand what they're looking at. And so again, those are the other costs there that rounded out to $125,000.
Thank you. So council, I think that we could pass the motion as is. However, when we do put this into the financial plan, I think we should put it in at half the amount, and we should put it for next year. But we can decide that when we bring it forward. Councillor Patola.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm starting to get a little confused and seeing another shell situation occurring where half of the things that we might want to be done, we put into the master planning process, and the other half of things that we might want to be done, we put into the financial planning process. And the result being that neither of those two processes become effective because they don't include the entire pot of items we want to spend money on. So we're going back to, by doing it this way and not choosing one or t'other, we're going back to the process of every time somebody comes and asks for money, we just decide on that without deciding it in the context of the entire budget, within the context of the entire taxation base. So I would suggest more appropriately that this motion would be placing the cost of this within the parks master plan, because this is creating a park piece of equipment, for lack of a better word, and certainly, and again, I'm not making any suggestion that it is or is not valuable, but I am suggesting that we need to consider that within the context of, do we want to move the 2 spot this year, or do we want to have softball fields this year? And that may not be the choice. I hope it's not the choice, but we only know about that choice if we consider all of these items together within, and I'm going to say, the parks master plan, because that's the purpose of it.
Thank you. I think that's a great comment. And I think the motion as written still gives us the ability to do that because it doesn't slate it into this year. In lieu of having that Parks Master Plan, we do still need to continue to make decisions. But some of the decisions may be reconsidered when we get the Parks Master Plan done, which I'm told is the end of this year. So it would still give us ample time, budget next year, to replace things or make changes. So this just forwards it to the budget process, but I think your comments are well stated that we want to make decisions with the Parks Master Plan. I just think we're not in a position to have that, so we should still direct what our priorities are currently. Councillor Solda.
Regarding moving that train, I don't look at it as a parks initiative. I look at it more as a tourism opportunity and for tourism. And I just think that would so enhance that particular area and enhance the tourism's experience. And it will also get the buzz along if we move ahead with getting the train going and the tourism. Hey, this is what you see. Here's the future, right? So there's a lot more you can do in a tourism perspective. So that's how I'm looking at it, as an opportunity.
Thank you. Any other comments on this piece? Okay, seeing none on the motion, all in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. And Councillor Mealy, if you want to read the next one.
Number C is that the Committee of the Whole recommend council defer directing staff to act on any rail crossings, associated track, or provision grants for the operation of the Alberni Pacific Railway until results of the grant application to the Island Coastal Economic Trust are available to the public and full costing of all operational capital needs for the next 10 years are understood.
Thank you. Doesn't need to be seconded, but thank you. It is moved and seconded a second time, just to be sure. Thank you. Councillor Mealy.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So if I'm reading this correct, and don't get me wrong, it's been a long day for everybody, but this would essentially, if I'm not mistaken, so this would mean that we will not be completing the 2 crossings for the APR, and then their operation would not go forward this year. Is that correct?
What is the timeline to hear on the grant? I believe it's in February.
Through the chair, our understanding is it would be in February sometime we'd find out about the grant.
Councillor Mealy.
I just want to then concur with the IHS if that timeline will work for the operation of the APR this year.
So there's, I just got to make sure that I see 2 parts to that. So the grant application is, we're supposed to be here in February, at the end of February, but then so the grant application made public full costing of all operational and capital needs for the next 10 years are understood. That part won't be completed until we're assuming maybe a year after February. Just we'd have to hire the consultant to do the work, and that takes, as I'm sure many of you know, that takes a lot of time. So to be able to get that done, we're not looking at having real numbers to this until my guess is November, maybe December of next year. But that's my best guess. you all might have a better understanding of how long that process takes.
And as a follow-up question, in order to run, and this may be a question for staff based on what we know from technical safety, but in order to run the train along the short section of tracks that's being talked about for this year, the work that needs to be done is the 2 crossings, or is there one crossing in that section?
So, Madam Chair, it would be at least 1 crossing in that section. As well, Technical Safety BC would like to see a viable operating model before they look to review the rail being operational. So, in other words, Technical Safety BC would consider it, and they would start to then charge us operator fees as well. So the idea that if there's any movement on a track that tells TSBC or Technical Safety BC that it's an operating railway. And so that's quite an undertaking. So rather than if we're saying, it's just this small section, or we're talking about a limited run, in Technical Safety BC's mind, or in their view, it's any running whatsoever is a functional railway. So as far as what the associated timeline might be for Technical Safety BC, again, they would want to see a viable model as well before they're prepared to review any of the safety plan or that sort of thing.
Councillor Mealy.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So then I guess the answer then is I'm correct, and if we do recommend this to council goes forward and says this, then the train can't run this year. That's what I get out of this?
I would say with the motion as it's currently written, yes. Well, no, because, sorry, it only says until we hear on the grant, receipt of the grant, not completion of the work.
But it does say, so until the results of the grant application to the Island Coastal Economic Trust are available to the public and full costing of all operational capital needs for the next 10 years are understood. So that's the part that is hindering, if we go forward, that's the part that's hindering the railway from working on such a limited track this year.
Yeah, absolutely. So good point. So it may be, if council wants to actually consider moving this forward this year, and we can talk about what that looks like because there's no budget commitment, but it may be, that's why I asked about the crossing. So do we need to approve a budget or consider a budget when we get to that point for the 1 crossing? Willa, do you have anything to add to that?
Madam Chair, just to speak to the intent of when the recommendation was written, was the idea that getting the full package of information for council's deliberation or discussion during the financial planning process. So that idea that this would, so pressing pause on anything to do with any rail operation, crossings, etc., until A, we understand what the result of the grant is, and B, that full costing of the reason why the placeholder of 10 years are understood. Further to the lively discussion this evening is the idea there's many variables, there's many uncertainties. And so when I predict into the future, when we're presenting to council the budget for future financial plans, staff want to be confident to be able to give council good information, and so we're not coming back to council year after year saying, well, we're really not sure yet, and we're just not certain, while it's one item of many that staff will be presenting to you.
Thank you. And for additional clarification for me, I think going back to the year that, I think it was 2020 or 2021, that we took out of the budget repairing the rail crossings. We did that because we knew that there was not going to be approval to run from Technical Safety BC. So we put that project off. Are we able to get an answer from Technical Safety BC to say, if we repaired the crossing, is there other work with the tracks that needs to be done? Or are we going to run into a similar position where will Technical Safety BC not give us approval to run that small section without a full assessment being done? Or do we have some kind of certainty at this point that that crossing is what needs to be repaired, and in the small section of track that exists that we're talking about operating, the rest of the track is fine? Has there been assessments done, I guess, is the question, and you may have some information, and the group may also.
So, Madam Chair, no, there's not that certainty from Technical Safety BC. What they've indicated to staff at this point is they need to see the full picture. So they've been very clear about what an expensive hobby it is to run trains. And so they've indicated, so my prediction based on the feedback they've given us to date is that their Technical Safety BC is not interested in talking about one piece of, and let's do a small section of the rail. Why would we go into the business of restarting a rail operation unless we have the full picture in mind? I may be mistaken. I'd be happy to reach out to Technical Safety BC if that's what the committee recommends to council to direct staff to do. But as I say, at this point, I predict for them to review our updated safety plan. So again, for the committee's awareness, the safety management system as part of railways has been updated. So there would need to be another look from Technical Safety BC's perspective as well, that there are updated rail guidelines. So all that to say, I would predict that Technical Safety BC would want to see the entire package as opposed to saying, speaking to us about one small portion of the rail now and further down the road.
Thank you. I think we likely could get that clarity. We can continue to progress this decision, this process along should council want to. I think we could get that clarity prior to making any funding commitments for this year, since we are just entering budget now. So if later someone makes a motion or I make a motion about asking for a slightly amended plan to be presented to us for the 2024 year from Industrial Heritage Group, and then we continue to progress this through our budget discussions for this year and what that may look like with capital and possible operational funding. Prior to expending any of those actual funds, we could get clarity and certainty from Technical Safety BC that should the work be done, we would actually be able to operate the train. Okay, thank you. So on the motion that we're currently on, are there any questions, comments, additional? Okay. So just for clarity, I'd like everyone to understand that this is that council defer directing staff to act on any rail crossings, associated track or provision grants for the operation of the Alberni Pacific Railway until the results of the grant application to the ICT are available to the public and the full costing of all operational capital needs for the next 10 years are understood. So no rail crossings or anything else. Okay. On the motion, all in favor? Opposed? Okay, motion carried. And moving on to the next one. Councillor Mealy.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move that the Committee of the Whole recommend Council direct staff to obtain a quote from the Municipal Insurance Association of British Columbia to add the Western Vancouver and Island Industrial Heritage Society as an associate member to the city's current insurance policy.
Is there a oh, no seconder. Such a habit. Any comments or questions on this one? Seeing none, on the motion, all in favor? None opposed, carried. And if you want to continue.
Letter E is that the Committee of the Whole recommend Council direct staff to confirm with the Western Vancouver Island Industrial Heritage Society any outstanding items from the third-party contractor safety plan requirements and for the WVIIHS to provide the city with a quote for infrastructure replacement at the Old Time Logging Show for council consideration during the 2024-2028 financial plan review.
No seconders, John. Just kidding. Comments on this piece? Okay, seeing none, on the motion, all in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. And continuing on.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The letter F was that the Committee of the Whole recommend Council direct staff to obtain a quote from the Municipal Insurance Association of British Columbia for insurance coverage for the Old Time Logging Show and for the city to explore entering into a formal agreement with Mosaic for the purpose of accessing Mosaic's land for the Old Time Logging Show.
No seconder. Comments? Seeing none, on the motion, all in favor? Opposed? Carried. And I'm going to make an additional motion that the Committee of the Whole recommends that Council ask the Western Vancouver Island Industrial Heritage Society to prepare a community-focused train operational plan for the first season, featuring a speeder use and community events. And that's seconded by Councillor Solda, and for discussion. No discussion. Councillor Haggard.
I was just going to say, I actually had that suggested written down that we ask them to come back with their projections not using the steam train. So I agree 100% with this motion.
Thank you. And I think it's just a step to getting to where we need to be. That said, I think important to note that we would need, I would imagine we would need the crossings fixed for this anyways. So if there's not support on council to to repair the crossings until the full assessment of the tracks are done next year, then we would be looking at this for 2025 and not 2024. That said, this is all recommendations to council, so these things can change when it comes back to council. But with that, I will call the question on the motion. All in favor? Opposed? None opposed. Carried. And that, I think, is all on that topic. Thank you very much to the group for coming in, to the work that you've done on this. And this will come to council for probably more discussion, but maybe not quite this much. Thank you. And council, does anyone need a brief recess? I know people have been periodically getting up, but yeah, okay. Would somebody like to move that we recess for 10 minutes? 10 minutes. 5 minutes. 5 minutes.
It's late, it's past
5
my
minutes.
bedtime.
Moved by Councillor Haggard, seconded by Councillor Solda. All in favor? Carried. Okay, wonderful. Back to connect the keys, key to key pathway.
Madam Chair, apologies, should have had a little more information and some diagrams in the report here, but I guess the prime question was around the alignment of the third and final section. So perhaps I'll introduce Evan Borovichka, my project manager on the project, and I'll even get him perhaps to even go over on the screen and point with the mouse to answer any specific questions on it.
Thanks, Mayor and Council. Evan Borovica. I'll just go on over. So there was a question of what the segments were. So the one that we're speaking to, we're funded up until Tyee. So we're looking for funding to go from Tyee up to Roger Creek, where Dolan's trail has started. The next would be, excuse me, let me get back there. On this map here on the left on my screen where the mouse is, that there is from Stamp to Roger. So that would be one segment that we're looking to do. The other segment that we would be looking to do is here on the right. So we're going down Dry Creek. We're utilizing the train tracks, the current road allowances that we have, and we'd swing around to, I believe this is Redford. We use the existing infrastructure here along Stamp, going over to here again where Stamp to Roger exists. So we'd be looking to go from here to there. That would be phase 2. And the last phase would be here at the newly acquired Tim Sizarowski property, where we could now pass through and end up and finish at Victoria Key. And these 3 segments is what we need to complete our obligation on that trail.
Thank you for the maps. I think that adds a lot of clarity, and certainly in distance and kilometers, it looks like the vast majority is that the section along the tracks. And I just wanted to kind of bring it back to the community feedback that we heard when we were originally doing public input on this, was very much that they didn't like the mid crossing on Stamp Avenue and some of kind of the diversion around existing infrastructure that was there. There was a lot of feedback that said, you know, there's a sidewalk that goes partway along there before you go along the tracks. Why not utilize that sidewalk? And instead, our original plan had this weird mid-Stamp Avenue crossing with an additional traffic light and a lot of new infrastructure that I think we felt we didn't necessarily need when we could use the crossing that was already there. That said, there was a lot of support for going along the railway because there was a lot of cost savings with going along the edge of the railway as well, because the bed is already there, and connecting the key so that we could actually go from one key to the other. So I think that this, for me, shows that it's not necessarily a matter of the SOMAS frontage or something else. It's the vast majority of it is just connecting the 2 sections of trail that we've created, because right now we have these kind of 2 sections that are not connected, and they're not really loops either. So the project as it is today isn't really necessarily a path that people are going to go and use, because it doesn't go anywhere yet, and it doesn't tie into some of the future considerations either. So I think for me, that clarifies the actual route that we're talking about. Are there questions from council? And certainly we can ask other questions of our project manager and director as well. Councillor Mealy.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you very much for the maps. Thank you very much for the additional information. So just so we're clear, so phase 3 is the bottom picture. That's the one by Victoria Key. And phase 2 is the Roger to Stamp Avenue, which is on the left. And so phase 1 is the one on the right. Am I correct in saying that?
There's phase 1 and 2, which is existing right now. This is just our discussion for our report today. You're correct. The very last section, phase 3, would be the Victoria Key. Then the midsection would be Roger to Stamp on the top left. And going for where we're at today to get to Stamp Avenue is the top right.
Thank you very much, sir. I appreciate that. Sorry, Madam Mayor, I apologize. So just my take on this, and I'm glad we have all this up here. So the behind Barclay Hotel, sorry, behind the coast or behind from between Roger and Stamp. So I agree to get that done and then to hook it in. I just think the map on the right, that's where the conversation lies, where the people have said if we're going to have this to go through SOMAS. So I'm wondering if there's a way that we can do Stamp to Roger and still wait on what happens with the SOMAS before we tie it in.
Evan?
We are on a really good roll right now with the contractors that we have. They're being efficient. These runs that we're talking about are sort of our bread and butter because we've done the hard stuff, the train station, the concrete walls, working around Roger Creek Park, replacing the bridge, doing some things like that. It takes some planning, some money. The ground isn't all that great. But utilizing these channels here, Bowerman Construction previously did the waterway at Dry Creek. So we're dealing with crushed gravel and 3-inch minus already. So all we're really doing is crush, prep, and pave. So for mileage to money, that would be the best routes, I would say. And eventually we will be getting there on the other harbor to harbor connection, which I was trying to get to you guys by the start of summer.
Thank you. Is there cost savings from, like, would we be doing all of this at the same time? Like you say, phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, but is the work proposed and suggested to happen at the same time and with the same contractor? And is there cost savings to doing that rather than having the contractors come and go?
Putting a pause on the project definitely will increase the cost. Right now, they're working really well. They're getting what they have to get into the ground as quick as they can. And we're prepping to the point of pavement. So once we get into a weather window, say in May, we're gonna pave the whole thing, which then, if we're cutting and pasting, just the mowing fees alone send us up in higher margins. But I think, keeping it flowing is definitely, the budget's gonna be tight anyway, but to wait and see some increasing in pricing and maybe tender it out, we may not get the same results that we have today.
Thank you. Councillor Solda, did you have your hand up? Councillor Pitola.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So my first question, which comes back to this is, and I think it's all been clarified, but with the motion that's suggested, that gets us to the end of the project?
This motion that we've put forward, if we fund it, we will get to the end of the project and we'll have our 3 criteria. We'll have the asphalt, we'll have the trees, and we'll have the lighting.
Perfect. And Madam Mayor, I have one more question. I'm not sure who to ask it of. I might ask it of the person with the greatest knowledge in the room, yourself, which is, I thought at some point in time, there was a hold put on the connection and that council had only approved to proceed with the upper northern loop and the lower southern loop, however that's defined. And the middle part was put on hold because it was unclear where the appropriate pathway would be, and that was the issue of indecision amongst council, administration, and the public. So I'm wondering how we've moved to going along the rail tracks as being the agreed upon, best recommended, established path route.
Thank you. I will probably go to Mike for this one, but I will just say that you're right. We did pause the kind of connection piece. We planned to build 2 initial loops and then go back to the connection. Although the intent was to do some more engagement with the community to determine what that connection would be. And we've done a lot of that community engagement through some of the work that's been going on with city roundtables. So Mike, maybe you could speak to that.
Yeah, thanks for the question and through the chair. So at the first or the newest sort of World Cafe style open house the city held in the fall, staff were there and presented all these options, and it reconfirmed the public input from prior. So at that, again, there is definitely the most interest in the waterfront loop around the SOMAS lands, which we will create in essence, but it won't be paved at this point because it'll just be open to the public this summer. And then the second one was on the Dry Creek area. So we did have public support on that connection. Now, with the pricing we have and the progress we're making, we feel that as administration that if we want to come in on budget, that was the intention of council for this project, and finish it in 2024, we would have to move forward at this time. If we pause, go out for more public input, we will not be using the same contractor, which will then re-engage the process for tendering. And as I said before, the first 2 times we bid this project, it came in over budget, and we weren't able to move forward with it. So from those aspects are the reason why administration is saying we are getting a good price that was negotiated after coming in above budget this spring.
Is it possible to elaborate further on the SOMAS work that is being done in terms of putting in an actual path? Because I think that's really important. Following the reaffirmed priority that the SOMAS waterfront loop was the preferred option, there was some work done. And you just mentioned that we will have it, it just won't be paved. So will that be open to the public, and will you be able to walk around the whole waterfront this year? Because I think that's really important.
Thank you for the question. I think I'll start and then I'll pass it over to Evan. He has more of the knowledge of how it will be built or what type of surface it will be finished with. But yes, our plan has been at the SOMAS site is to get the demolition or the site remediation to a point where we can open a big percentage of the SOMAS lands to public. That would connect a loop around the whole site, and that would be lit with the solar temporary lights. But I'll let Evan maybe give a better description.
Sure. Thank you for the question. The water lot leaseholder that was there prior to us getting in, they did a really good cleanup. So from the catalyst mill over to almost the towers, the concrete silos, is clean, it's ready to go. So what we're trying to do is come around from the existing fence along to the front and utilizing whatever materials we can find. I can't dig, I can't do anything there, but there is piles of granular material in various places and some rock. So what we have been doing is, as we make deals with our contractors, we say, hey, can you do this for us? And they move some material here and there, and then we do a little bit of trading off, a little bit of working together. And I see us utilizing some broken concrete and piling it in one area and making a bridge, and then covering it with some dirt and just utilizing what we have on site. It's all going to have to be dug up anyway, so we might as well utilize what we have. So we can make a rudimentary, safe trail through the silos and then join up to the area that's been cleaned by the Western group, and in place a new fence to protect the work site from the new lands, and then open it up to the public, utilizing the resting pods and the lights and spreading them out so that it's safe all the way around.
That's awesome, thank you. And I really love the concept of utilizing some of what's there just to make it work temporarily. I think Councillor Patola had maybe one follow-up question, and then I have Councillor Haggard and Councillor Douglas.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I wanted to talk about the connecting piece, but everybody else wants to talk about the SOMAS piece. So about the SOMAS piece, the current plan of using what we have and opening it up is essentially a temporary pathway that may be altered as development occurs, correct? I see everybody nodding. So the question is, because we've committed so many funds to this and we've spent them all and we've got it complete, and then I'm envisioning a time where we're going to say, and now we have to spend more money on the SOMAS part of the pathway because that really wasn't included. And so I'm wondering if costing for that would be possible to come from community amenity contributions through the developer, as opposed to increasing the tax rate to pay for more pathways.
I would say we have a long way to go in our a negotiation of a development agreement with the developer, because as we know, other communities, including in Squamish, the developer paid for the park space that was created as a part of their purchase and sale agreement, additional to funds to purchase. So I've said publicly along the way that I'd like the developer to build the path as a part of the purchase agreement, but of course we're not there yet with our negotiations. Mike, could you speak to community amenity contributions as well?
Yeah, through the chair, whether it's through community amenity agreements or other means, we've heard it as administration loud and clear that that would be paid from development. So usually it is, not in all cases, but that is our intent.
And thank you, Madam Mayor. Back to the connecting portion. Just wondering if the project manager or Mr. CEO could comment on what type of cost savings we could attain by not creating a new pathway along the railway between Redford and Roger, but utilizing the existing sidewalk that is already there between Redford and Roger. And my question is not whether one's nicer than the other. My question is, what would the cost savings be?
Thanks for the question. I'm not sure if we have the exact dollar rate on us. I could look it up though, and while we're asking questions, I might be able to get back to you. I believe, unless Evan, do you have that on the top of your?
I don't think I'm grasping the question. Like, are we leaving the infrastructure in place, or are we taking it out and replacing it with new to get our doing nothing at all?
I think the question is doing nothing at all. And I think what I'm hearing from you as a start, and I do know if we go back to a few years ago when we did look at transitioning that to a bike lane, a formal bike lane, there was a question about could we just use the path that is there? And the answer was no, because there's a series of obstacles in the middle of it. Like, we can't widen it necessarily to meet any standard. It doesn't meet a standard for cycle traffic as it is. Scott Smith might remember some of this. He was here at the time. It was like $1.4 million, and this was maybe 8 years ago, to put a bike lane in there. And we said, like, that's crazy. We should just use the sidewalk that's there. But there's telephone poles in the middle of it and a series of other things that hinged us from doing that. And it looks like Evan is maybe trying to calculate a number of what it possibly could be to use that temporarily.
Yeah, I think Evan's looking up we did get a quote for that section, so I think he's looking up that. But also the other one is not a multimodal path. It doesn't meet the specification. It would cost extra money to do it on that way.
If we're looking for just per lineal meter footage for that particular section, we have real numbers coming in. But just to give you a shot from the dark, it would be about $800,000 to $900,000 for that one segment for trees, asphalt, and the prep for asphalt.
Thank you. Thank you. That's all I wanted to know.
Thank you. Councillor Haggard.
Councillor Patola asked my question. Thank you.
Thank you. Have I missed any questions? Councillor Douglas.
Hi. Yeah, thanks. I just had this little gadget here. I was wondering up here, Evan. So right now we have a pathway right around here. I think it ends right about there. Is that right? That's
correct.
Right on the waterfront? Yeah. So you're thinking you can continue it around and then it would join up there?
Do you see where the orange, I can show you with my cursor here, this connection here?
Yeah.
This is where the Catalyst front gate is, and this is where the right-of-way goes down behind up to 3rd Avenue Trestle, right here.
Oh, okay.
That's where it crosses.
Right, right.
So if we join the key-to-key utilizing the Dry Creek waterway up this way, and then traverse over to Redford, right? Later, all we would have to do is asphalt and gravel this section here to make a connection. We will already by the summer have a rudimentary trail to this point here. So it's a small connection if we utilize what we're planning to move forward with.
Okay, thanks. I just wanted to say that I'm really excited, as we all are, I believe, to varying degrees, but I've walked and traversed the various parts of these paths quite a few times. And I want to make sure I understand. You're saying that if we pause at this point, there's going to be an impact on our costing, possibly in the negative fashion. Is that right?
Through the chair, we can't guarantee for sure, but if I was betting on anything, I would say costs never go down. Usually they go up. And that's what we've seen in all of our contracting. And some of our contracts have went up substantially. And I've never seen paving go down. So on this one here, I'm pretty certain, 99% sure that costs would escalate.
Okay, thanks. And then I just wanted to add that, we've all been talking to people throughout the community about this, and everybody's really excited. I think we should carry through with this, and that people want to see a completion. They want to see this achieved. And if we can do it within this year, I think it'd be fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Douglas, would you like to read the motion?
So I'd like to make a motion that the Committee of the Whole recommend Council approve the final $1,253,411 in the 2024-2028 financial plan for the Connect the Keys Pathway project, ensuring the funding is available to action the project as planned and completing the third and final phase along Dry Creek and Roger Creek following the required policies.
Thank you. Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Dane. Additional comments? Seeing none on the motion, all in favor? Opposed? None opposed. Carried. Thank you. And thank you very much for all the additional information and getting those maps, and that was really helpful. Okay, moving on to item number 3. We have the 2024 Association of Vancouver Island and Coastal Communities AGM resolution submission. Mike, did you want to speak to this?
Sure. I'll just let Donna start, and then I can add on.
Through the mayor, the AVICC executive is calling for resolutions to be considered at the 2024 AGM and convention being held in Victoria on April 12th to 14th. And they need to receive all resolutions by Thursday, February 7th. So administration has identified 2 resolutions related to emergency services for council's consideration tonight. The first one being enhancing communications for municipal fire departments responding to motor vehicle incidents that have poor or no way to communicate, which poses significant challenges to the safety and effectiveness of the responders. And then the second motion is in relation to how there continues to be increasing workloads for pre-hospital care and the pressure arising from the need to allocate additional resources for training, fuel, vehicle maintenance, consumables, and staffing. And as this falls under provincial jurisdiction, staff suggest that the province either do the work or provide adequate funding to support the fire department first responder programs. And Chief Owens is also here tonight if you have any questions.
Thank you very much. Councillor Haggard.
Thank you. We sent out a very similar resolution last year regarding adequately funding and providing appropriate staffing levels to BC EHS. And then at UBCM, we also met with BC EHS regarding this issue. And they had indicated they had just reconfigured their scheduling to beef up their staffing levels at peak periods. And the CEO had commented that he did notice a slight downward trend in numbers, but it was too soon to tell because it had just happened before UBCM. So I was wondering, was that just a small blip in numbers, or are the numbers continuing to trend upwards?
Through the chair, that was the last 2 months before we went to UBCM, and it was a slight downturn. They actually are increasing, so we continue to, and we did on our reply to the minister, we provided all the data to support what the fire calls have been. Where there was some questions about our data, we actually did the print sheets from the province on the calls and provided them that information.
And I also think there was discussion about this at UBCM and resolutions passed there as well. So this is something that's happening in all communities, not just ours.
Thank you. Other comments, or would somebody like to read the motions? Councillor Patola.
I would read the motions, but they're long, and I can't say that I don't, that I'm objecting to any of them. I just make the same observation that Councillor Haggard did, that item B is essentially a reiteration in different wording of motions that were passed last year, resolutions that were passed last year at UBCM. So I'm just wondering about the efficacy of making the same motion again and how that will be received. Not being a board member at AVICC and UBCM, I don't really know whether we're just duplicating work. And then alternately, I would say that today we've been presented with a number of other resolutions that we may want to make to AVICC, those being petitioning the senior governments for funding of equity funding of the police to have a equal per capita funding model, funding to the universities and colleges in our local area, and funding to the library, making that an equal per capita cost as well. So those may be other resolutions for another time that administration may want to support, but apart from those comments, I have no opposition to either of the motions.
Thank you. And I think from the perspective of UBCM, it is not uncommon that similar motions come forward year and year again. And that said, it can get a bit repetitive, but I think it does signal to the provincial government that these are items of importance. So I think, especially given that we're seeing this as increasing issues across the province in municipalities like ours, I don't think that the municipalities will be annoyed by the motion. Rather, I think they'll appreciate it. And if UBCM hasn't had the opportunity to prioritize it in their advocacy days, then bringing it forward, similar but different again, may push it to the top of what the list they're advocating for. So I think there's value in that. And Councillor Solda may want to comment, as she's been on the board of UBCM as a director before and has participated in those advocacy days.
Sometimes when they get the same, they'll go back to the past and they'll put a date that has come across and this is what's happened. Or they'll group them all together. So it's pretty simple. And from the AVICC, the recommendation from the AVICC, it goes to the UBCM. So.
Thank you. Councillor Mealy.
Would you like me to make the motion, Madam Mayor? Would you like me to read it out or just make the motion? I'd like to make the motion as written, motion A.
Is there a seconder for motion A? Seconded by Councillor Douglas. Seeing no additional comments on the motion, all in favor? Carried. Thank you. And go ahead.
If I may, Madam Mayor, I'll move motion B at this point.
Thank you. Moved by Councillor Mealy, seconded by Councillor Patola. Seeing no additional comments on the motion, all in favor? Carried. Thank you. And I do think possibly bringing something forward around equitable funding of our CMP per capita could have a lot of value. So I would, we'll have discussion around the next item, but might be worth discussing further and bringing one back for this year as well. Mike.
Through the chair, if you'd like us to prepare some resolutions for you, we could, on those three topics, we could do that, and then bring them along with these to the council meeting.
Councillor Patola.
Madam Chair, with your indulgence, I would make a motion that council direct administration to prepare draft resolutions on each of the three topics, being equality in funding on police services, equality funding on library services, and increased funding for our local NIC.
Thank you. Moved by Councillor Patola, seconded by Councillor Solda. Seeing no comments on the motion, all in favor? Carried. None opposed. And we'll move on to item number 4 on our agenda, which is a report from the Director of Finance regarding RCMP contract and administrative service costs.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As we move closer to the financial planning process, there's a few reports that I'm going to be bringing forward. This one, obviously, being the RCMP and the policing service in the community, and obviously, with that being a 30% portion of our tax allocation, I thought it's a good time to bring some information as we make those decisions moving forward. So within the BC Police Act, the municipality is responsible for policing services once you go over 5,000. And then from 5,000 to 15,000, that's a 70% allocation to the municipality to cover the costs, and then the rest is covered by the province. Whereas when we go over 15,000, which we are at 90% of the total cost for the policing in the community for our contract, for the RCMP contract. The cost for 2024 is anticipated to be just over $227,000 for each member, and the cost is all inclusive of wages, benefits, vehicles, uniforms, etc. So, and these are all associated with the new collective agreement that's in place. Actually, is now expired as of April 1st, 2023. So they're on their second contract. So with that, the city has an obligation under the prior collective agreement for retro. We did have a reserve set aside for that, and that's just over $1.2 million. And we're scheduled to pay that back over 2024 and 2025. And that's approximately about $617,000 in each year to pay back from that emergency reserve that we do have. Body-worn cameras are also coming into play. I know Councillor Solda has been mindful of that in the past, and these are coming onto the contract as they are introduced in the community. So if we don't have them in the community, then we wouldn't have that included. But with those body-worn cameras, that comes with additional staffing resources as far as IT and monitoring, and of course the cost of that. So we will see initial rollout throughout the country, and then in BC, Tofino, Prince George, Kamloops, Mission, Cranbrook, and BC Highway Patrol on the Lower Mainland have been identified. Community policing in 2020 utilized the emergency reserve to supply the funding for that, and that's the reserve that is contributed from any surplus from our RCMP contract. So in 2020, we had the manager of community policing start, and then we also funded the public safety building with the funding from this reserve, anticipating that we would go beyond the $2 million limit. We had some expenditures, so we did bump that reserve, and it got up to $2.4 million. But as we wrapped up the final cost for last year, I think it's just over $1.1 million that we have in that reserve. So looking at some of the information that is available for us to compare to other communities, I provided the committee with the police resources in BC for 2022, just for information so that there's some understanding and some comparables that we could provide the committee and the public as far as the services that we provide in the community for policing. You'll see that the city of Port Alberni has a strength of 34 that's committed to, and we have a population of 19,500. When we look at the officer to population ratio, we have a 1 to 574, which is the second highest ratio for communities that are over 15,000 and are through the RCMP contract, of course. The average across the province is approximately, or is 1 per 785. So with that, the city's cost per capita also ranks second highest in the province for those over 15,000 at $456 per capita. Langley was the only one that was higher when we look at the details, and on average, it's 284 per capita. So, you know, as a suggestion, just a reference point, if we did target 25 officers, which was, you know, the average per capita across the province, that would be, you know, quite a significant drop in the overall cost if we had that ratio, which we don't, and council's not provided any direction for service level cuts or anything like that, but it's an example for the committee to consider. So when we compare the costs, and I worked with the CFO at the regional district as far as what we see as taxation in the rural areas versus what we see in the city, we see quite a large difference between rural policing costs versus municipal policing costs, as you can see in the graph there. So it's quite significant. And then that you know, is something that the committee can consider as we make recommendations moving forward. With this budget being $8.5 million for 2023, and that's the budgeted amount. That's about 30.63%. Obviously, with the budget coming up, we do see a 9% increase for this contract again, so further escalation. And you know, these are some significant implications. So, as I noted in the report, there was a couple things on the council agenda from the correspondence that Councillor Patola made a point of, and I did adjust the budget upwards for the difference in the RCMP contract related to the pension contribution. So that accounted for just over 28,000 for their fiscal year, and it's about 21,000 in the 2024 financial plan. As far as the Vancouver Island Integrated Major Crime Unit, that's yet to be determined. There's discussions that need to happen. I believe the intent of our emergency reserve was to put funding away for those major events that we would have and fund it that way. But if we're looking at this unit, it would change the approach, and the reliance on that unit would not require that emergency reserve, but I'm not clear on that, and I think we can have discussion with the parties as far as what that would require and funding versus the emergency reserve moving forward. So we do have the contract increasing 9% for the 2024-2025 contract. The total increase that we have in the draft plan that we're still working on, of course, this is just one single component for police services overall. It was $759,000, or a 2.74% increase over the overall taxation for the city. Should we change the past practice of funding 32 officers out of the 34 strength, understanding that utilization usually isn't that high. We run around 30%, or 30, sorry, but we are seeing higher utilization in recent months. So that could have an impact on the ability to put funding away for our emergency reserve, which limits the amount of money that we have for the current funding model for community policing and just overall just the contract that we do have and the commitments that we have for the retro. There is some other financial implications if we do move to that. So if we did fund the additional 2 positions, that would be another $454,000, or another 1.6% increase. And if we did fund community policing, that's approximately $190,000, or another increase of 0.68% in 2024. So there's a lot of information in there in the back. The contract's there for review of the committee and the council eventually. But I wanted to provide this information so that we have the information as we move into the 2024-2028 financial plan.
Thank you very much. Good information to have, and it has been a while since we've reviewed the provincial report, but I do remember in 2019 when we reviewed it, we were the highest cost of policing per capita in the province. So down to second, but still looks like about double the provincial average and incredibly high. I'm wondering if, Donna, if you could just put on the screen so that people who are at home and are not able to see it can see the graphic of the regional areas versus the city of Port Alberni, because this is a number we haven't seen in a few years. And I remember last time we looked at it, I think it was about 50 versus 500. So it has gone up just, it's gone up proportionately probably, but I think this is a really shocking number for people to see that the average home, or average taxpayer home in Port Alberni pays $709 a year towards RCMP, and the average home in Cherry Creek pays $69. The average home in Beaver Creek pays $85. The average home in Sprout Lake pays $44 for some reason. And the average home in Beaufort pays $80. These are just drastic discrepancies. I've heard it stated before, and we have had this dialogue at UBCM several times. And you always see how many municipal councillors versus how many regional district directors attend conferences when we have this debate, and it ends up being a close 50-50 because rural areas don't want to pay more, and why would they? And municipalities continue to pay 90% of these costs, which is outrageous. I've heard the argument several times that there's less crime in the regional district. Well, there's less crime on my street as well, but it doesn't make the crime that happens in certain areas of our community any more my crime than it is someone's crime who lives in Cherry Creek or Sprout Lake or Beaver Creek. It's all of our crime. It's the social issues that exist in our community. It's all of our collective responsibilities to take care of those in a number of ways, RCMP being one of the ways that those social issues are tackled. So it makes absolutely no sense to me that people who live at Sprout Lake would pay $44 a year toward RCMP, while people who live in city of Port Alberni with one of the highest child poverty rates in the province and a significantly higher poverty rate than exists at Sprout Lake would pay $710 a year. So I think that we have a really significant issue in the equity of how police services are funded, and the Policing Act was reviewed 2 years ago, and there was great hopes from municipalities that the funding formula would be amended during that process. And all of the feedback from municipalities said the funding formula is not equitable and it needs to be changed. And there was absolutely no change to the funding formula when the Policing Services Act was reviewed. So that was very disappointing, and that is the feedback that has come from UBCM as a result of the Police Services Act review as well. But I think we need to continue to lobby, and I think another UBCM resolution is a great step, albeit it continues to not seem to really end up getting traction. But I think that as these costs continue to escalate, the urgency of the conversation has to really escalate as well. So I see this as two issues. There's the discrepancy between regional district taxpayers and city of Port Alberni taxpayers, or any municipal versus regional district taxpayers. And then separate to that, there's the other conversation about our cost and how we compare to other municipalities. And I think that's a greater issue because I'm sure we could, there's other stats we can compare to in there in terms of caseload and things like that, and how it is a busier detachment here. But at the end of the day, we need the RCMP that we have. We have social issues and challenges and crime that do need that response. But I think there's definitely better ways we could be funding it. Councillor Patola and Councillor Haggard.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm going to be first out of the gate here for the purposes because I want to see if council will agree with me on a slightly varied motion. And so, Madam Mayor, I would make the motion that the Committee of the Whole recommend that council direct funding within the 2024-2028 financial plan related to RCMP contract administration services as follows. Fund 34 of 34 RCMP officers as per the contract commitment and is based on actual utilization, and allocate funds from taxation to fund community policing services in 2024 and forward.
Seconded by Councillor Solda.
Oh, sure, I'd love to. I'll also have a further motion after that with review to the number of members allocated. So this might be the school I went to that taught me accounting, and not the school that everybody else went to that taught the rest of the world accounting. But we've been requested as a council in the past to make funding allocations for programs that may not require the funding, on the basis that administration needs the money allocated so that they can approach the program. Even though they might not spend it all, they need to know that they're able to complete the program. So that's been done for capital investments, things like that. So I think the same reasoning should apply, Madam Mayor, to the RCMP. We have requested 34 members. We should fund 34 members. I realize that we may not have to pay for 34 members, but if we do have to pay for them, we should have the money available. That's just fiscal responsibility. When it then comes to if there is a surplus in the budget, that surplus should go back to being dealt with as our surpluses are. It should not go to funding another program because the surplus is unknown. The secondary program is known. Community policing, we know how much we want to spend on that, so we should tax for that amount. At the end of the day, if you follow the shells on the table, it doesn't make any difference to the taxpayer in our community. There's going to be a bump between years, but over time, you pay exactly the same. On one hand, you're paying for RCMP officers and then using whatever you save for that to pay for community policing. So it's still tax money. It's just flowing through a different thing. And then you don't have a reserve. So when a reserve comes up, you're going to have to tax for that. Or alternately, you could fund 34 officers. That way, if you need them, you've got the money. If you don't need them, that money goes into reserve to pay for the reserve issues. And the community policing has its own budget so that we know exactly what it's going to be. The funds that come from the taxpayer are exactly the same. It's just whether we've shuffled them between years and between accounts. But the actual cost of the taxpayer, because the actual expense stays exactly the same. Thus, the reasons I have rewritten that motion.
I would have to disagree with your motion. And yeah, I mean, we fund, we budget for 34, although we only fund 32 from taxation. We have money for 34 regardless. And if our reserve gets to a point that is low enough that we cannot guarantee we would have funds for 34 if 34 were utilized, which 34 have not been utilized in over 15 years. Then we would stop that practice if the reserve drops low enough that we could not guarantee we could fund it that way. So we do fund 34. We just only fund 32 from taxation. The practice of continually, so we started this practice because we built up a reserve that was $2 million. So that is $2 million of overtaxing the public because we overtaxed and then we continually get these massive refunds back because we don't actually utilize. So when we decided to drop that to 32, we dropped it to 32, which was really conservative because we still knew we wouldn't get to 32. Because our average over like the 8 years before that had been between, like the numbers were like as low as 28 and up to 31 was the highest, but I think the average was 30.5. Now that said, I think the trend of what's happening right now is really important to watch, and we may need to shift this in future years. If council wants to shift it this year, we can shift it this year, but what you're proposing, I bet, is a 5% tax increase. Because we have to fund it if we're, like, I get what you're saying, we're paying the money regardless, but we can pay the money and we can tax people for it and we can increase taxes 5%, or we can use the reserves that we have that kind of were created for something that we probably didn't need that much money for. That's a different discussion. the trend that's happening now is a really important one and makes your comments, I think, more relevant. And that is that we are not getting back $1 million refunds from the RCMP anymore. We are utilizing a higher number. I don't know what the numbers are, but I've been told anecdotally that the numbers are approaching 33. So that becomes more of a concern for sure. If we are funding for 32 from taxation and we continually are going to draw down $225,000 from our reserve, then our reserve is not going to last. I think that's a conversation to monitor and not necessarily a change to make right now, because that's a very new thing. We have a long history of actually utilizing about 30 and a half officers and yet taxing for 34. So drastically overtaxing the citizens of Port Alberni as a result of that practice. I hear what you're saying, but I don't agree. Go ahead, and then I'll go to Councillor Haggard.
So just in response, it's not overtaxing, because when the money isn't spent, it goes into the reserve and you use that same money next year. So if you tax for 34 and you only spend 32, you've got surplus. Next year, you've got that surplus. You use it. So then you only need to tax for your 32 and you've still got your 34.
So absolutely, if that's how we used our surpluses. So we do not have a policy that says we use surpluses in 1 year to reduce taxation in the following year in the same category. If we did, then what you're proposing would only be a 1 year increase, and then it would come down. So I agree with that. But we don't have that policy for our reserves currently. So our reserves our surpluses go to a variety of things, and it's really just what council feels at the time rather than by policy. If our policy was any RCMP reserves go directly to reducing the next year's RCMP taxation, then that makes perfect sense.
And I know this isn't a back and forth debate, but anybody else can jump in if they press their magic button. So, and that's exactly what we should be doing, because if the discussion is about overtaxing, what we're doing currently is however many we fund, we're getting the surplus back, and then we're using the surplus for other items that have already been budgeted for. So we're overtaxing the taxpayers and then using that budget on whatever council's whim happens to be at the time. All things that are contributions to the city, but not things that are actually budgeted for in our budget cycles.
Absolutely. I think we should write a new reserves policy, which I think we're in progress on. We might have started it. Council might have changed direction. We could get back to that. I think I had Councillor Solda and then Councillor Haggard, and then I see the rest also.
So, Madam Mayor, the funding formula for the RCMP has been an ongoing thing. Sorry, I'm the cold coming here. A funding formula has been an ongoing with council from many years, and it's really frustrating. It goes here and here. So I'm just also regarding the cameras. So does it look like Port Alberni will not have to participate in having the body cameras? Is this what I'm hearing? Or where are we on the list if we are in the future? That's one of the questions there. Sorry.
Madam Chair, we're not on the list immediately, and we wouldn't pay for it until it becomes part of the program offering in the community.
But again, that's where our reserves would kick in to help mitigate the payment if we had to do that, or how does that work?
Madam Chair, I think what we would see is the 5-year financial plan include that when they anticipate it coming in. And if it isn't used in the anticipation, then we wouldn't be charged. It'd be like underutilization of officers, I believe. That's my understanding.
Okay, I just worry about that from past experience when the computers went into cars and all that, and the costs and stuff like that. So that worries me. The other thing is, I thought we had discussion, just refresh me, the community policing wouldn't come out of reserves. Did we just keep it in? I'm sorry, it's been a while here. And right now in our reserves, because it's not here, that I didn't see it, how much is in our reserves at this moment for policing?
So for the emergency reserve, it's at 1.1 million or so, but we do have that first payment of the 617. So there is some timing that we're going to utilize as far as payment, because the reserve doesn't have enough in it for the contribution that we have to make for the retro. But we have the time to pay that back. But we are fully utilizing our CMP budget, and we're pulling community policing out, so that reserve is diminishing to the point where we might have to tax. But it is really timing, and if we have funding in 2020, like the fiscal year ends March 31st, and we get our results back from RCMP usually August and September, that contribution and any underutilized contract costs would go into the reserve.
So I just need to do little follow-ups here to understand this. So when that reserve was established, it was at the reserve regarding if there was an incident in Port Alberni. It is. Okay, so what you were alluding to earlier, you were talking about maybe it might change, that we might not have to pay for a murder investigation or something like that. Am I hearing that right? Did I hear that?
There's some ongoing work about the integrated crimes unit for municipalities to basically be either able to or required to opt into that service. So currently we don't have that service, major integrated crimes unit, I believe it's called. That's right. So we've had a few meetings with RCMP, E-Division, and the current unit talking about what that would look like. There's no budget done up, but that would, in theory, stop us from having to pay the costs of a homicide investigation if we were a part of the service. We don't currently have an option to be a part of it that we're opting out of. It just isn't available to all municipalities, and there's work underway by RCMP and the province to open it up to all municipalities, either by requiring or by opting in, and that's not determined yet.
And it's about time on that one. I totally support that. Okay. Yeah, so I'm happy with that. I just don't want to drain a reserve that could be or could not be, and that's important. So, okay, I got it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Haggard, and then Councillor Dame and Councillor Mealy.
Thank you. Just because it's so late, I'm not going to repeat everything that you said in response to Councillor Patola's motion, but we do have an accountant who does budget projections on historical data, and that's why he does 32, because RCMP do go on stress leave, they're away. If someone transfers out, it might take a couple months to get somebody else to come in. So there's a gap in wages there. So I trust his projections, and I'm going to be going with 32 or 34.
Thank you. Councillor Dame. Councillor Mealy.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll make it quick. Just first of all, on the body worn cameras, that's going to happen. I'm in favor of that in our community, and we need to look into that and what those costs will be in the future. I would support the motion as it was written. I believe the motion, as Councillor Patola has put it down, just really quickly, is as per the contract commitment and based on actual utilization is not correct. So I would say that if you would say fund 34 RCMP officers, stop would be more correct, I guess. That's, it's 10:30 at night. It's just so. Anyways, yes, I also agree with Councillor Haggard. I think we have a person here who's doing on historical data, and I would support the motion as written and not as Councillor Patola has said. Sorry.
Thank you very much. I will call the question on the motion as stated by Councillor Patola. All in favor? Opposed? Motion defeated. Thank you. And would somebody like to, Councillor Mealy?
Motion as written, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Moved by Councillor Mealy, seconded by Councillor Dame. Any further comments? Seeing none on the motion, all in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. And thanks, Councillor Patola, for the motion, though, because I do think it's an important thing for us to watch, especially as the trend continues to, or if it does continue to change, then we'll have to make some changes for sure. Item number 5, Community Action Team. Donna.
Page 155 in the agenda if you're following. So without reading the entire report, Madam Mayor, I just wanted to recap that in 2018, the Port Alberni Community Action Team was created to address the overdose crisis and the declared public health emergency in BC. So CAT is essentially an administrative working group consisting of representatives from multiple agencies. So CAT is not a nonprofit or a society, and thus the funds have to be received and managed by someone such as ourselves or another not-for-profit. So in 2019, the city became the recipient of the yearly grant funds by entering into a contribution agreement with the Community Action Initiative and the Canadian Mental Health Association BC division. Funds that are received are subject to compliance with all the terms and conditions as set out in the agreement, which is attached to this report. So the city does expose itself to liability as a recipient of these funds to enable the CAT to undertake the work, and true financial oversight and insurance are the main areas of concern. Right now, we get 2 reports a year, and we don't really have the opportunity to ensure that best practices are in place and whatnot. So we felt that the fix to this is we recommend CAT become an administrative committee of the city. Then we can add them to our insurance plan and have the proper oversight required. And we don't necessarily think that CAT teams were meant to be long-term when they were first set up, which is why they were all initially working groups. But clearly, this crisis isn't going to end, unfortunately, anytime soon. We understand that there also may be a 3-year commitment coming soon, so we feel that we need to deal with some of these issues. In addition, there's a natural connection already between the city and CAT, and with having Mary Claire in place, it can be their experience can be further enhanced. CAT's doing amazing work in the community, and it's important that the city continues to support the CAT if we can. But at the same time, we have to ensure that the city meets the responsibilities as a recipient. So we've listed some options, but we're here today seeking to recommend that council endorse an administrative committee be established and that we obtain insurance coverage. And we have lots of people here to answer questions.
Thank you. Councillor Mealy.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. May I make a motion? I move that the Committee of the Whole recommend the Council endorse establishment of a City Administrative Committee for the Port Alberni Community Action Team and further recommend that the City obtain insurance coverage for appropriate members and volunteers.
Thank you. Seconded by Councillor Solda. Comments? Councillor Dame? No? Okay, wonderful. I'm just wondering if Councillor Haggard, you could speak to if you see any impact of this, either positive or negative, from the Community Action Team, because you are our representative.
I think it's going to be positive. The concern from the Community Action Team is we do have peer support workers go out into the field. So that is a concern that if there's no insurance available. So this will enable for peer support workers to continue going out, working with people, referring them to the appropriate agency. So I see it as very positive. And I just want to add that the last 2 years I've been at UBCM, ministers and deputy ministers have commented to me about what a strong community action team we have in this community and how really effective the work is that they've been doing.
Absolutely, thank you. And I think that this, taking this on as an administrative committee just signals the importance of the work that they do. So hopefully they feel that support. I'm not seeing any other comments on the motion. All in favor? Carried, none opposed. And item 6, Councillor Solda.
So, Madam Mayor, because it's getting really cold out and coming from warm country to suddenly cold shocker country in Port Alberni was really a big shocker for me. Anyways, a lot of people I notice are commenting, where did they go? And I've been sharing and explaining where they can go. So I think publicly we need to state, because they're wondering why the regional district hasn't kicked in or the city has not kicked in. So maybe we can explain to people how people can, if they know people who need shelter, where they can go at this moment.
Absolutely. Mike?
Yeah, through the chair, the ACRD has been posting all through the cold weather, and so has our local MLA. The city's been sharing all these posts, and Gord Johns also has been. The main place is the Bread of Life, is our current shelter operator, and also it's been shared about the Sikh temples also offer warming stations.
Thank you. And I did see the Bread of Life post yesterday that they do have space on an ongoing and regular basis. I don't know about the space at the main shelter and if they have cold weather beds still or just more kind of actual shelter beds and if they have space or not. But the Bread of Life at their drop-in shelter does. Yep. Thank you. And the one other item, it's very late, but just a very brief question. And I'm wondering if we know, it was mentioned earlier today when we discussed libraries, it was mentioned that the 5-year renewal of lease rates had drastically gone up and increased their operating costs. And I'm wondering where we're at in our lease term with the library. And if you don't know tonight, Andrew, then I'm just noting this to bring it forward for the future. So I'm going to just make a motion that it's expired. It's
expired.
Oh, thank you. It's expired. Okay. Then I'm going to make a motion that that the committee recommend to council that we have further discussion before renewing the lease with Burl to discuss lease rates and what is appropriate for moving forward. Seconded by Councillor Solda. Any comments? Seeing none on the motion, all in favor? Carried. Thank you. And we'll move on to question period, which, oh, sorry, go ahead.
I apologize, Madam Mayor. There was something that came out about with Willa's presentation, and that was we were looking to clarify what was needed from Technical Safety BC. So I'd like to make that motion, if that's possible, direct staff to contact Technical Safety BC to clarify what is needed to operate on the short track route proposed by the APR and the IHS.
I will second. Any comments? Seeing none on the motion, all in favor? Carried. Thank you. And that brings us to question period, which is an opportunity for the public to ask questions of council. For those participating electronically, we will ask that you use the raise your hand feature and you will be called upon to speak in the order in which you appear. I don't think we have any people participating electronically still. Are there any members of the public who would like to ask questions? Mr. Anderson.
I hope these are quick ones because I know they're hard seats. Why did the, not just this question, one example in the RCMP, why was this referred by City Council to the Committee of the Whole? And
This was not referred by council to committee of the whole. Staff does additional to council referring items here. Staff will bring items of importance here to have a more thorough discussion before they come forward to council. So as budget is coming up and our budget increase for the RCMP this year is around 9%, I think staff felt it was important to bring it here for a bigger discussion rather than just bringing it as a part of normal budget meeting.
so I guess my question should be, why did staff decide to bring it to a committee of whole instead of a council meeting? I'm just looking at the number of items that were brought. This was a long one. So what were you going to accomplish by bringing it to a to a committee of the whole that you couldn't do at the council meeting?
Mike.
Yeah, through the chair, when administration wants to bring things to the COW meeting, it's for council to have some soak time on thinking it, but also the community. So in between the committee of the whole meeting, if there is any comments from the community or council wants to reflect on what was discussed at the COW meeting, then we can have a more informed discussion at council where the decisions are actually being made. And this one here is a big percent increase for the residents. And I think it's something that's worth noting and what is happening around the province, so we could have a thorough discussion around that. There are other topics that will be brought forward that are affecting the budget as well. And as we move forward, I believe even the budget itself will be coming to the Committee of the Whole. But to discuss all items at the budget without diving into some of them separately at a Cal meeting would be a really long meeting as well.
And so what opportunities did the public have? And this meeting, committee of the whole, was our chance to have input. What opportunity did we have on any of these issues that came up today to provide any input?
So you have opportunity at the beginning of our meetings, which you utilized.
5 minutes.
5 minutes, correct. You have opportunity now to ask questions, which you are utilizing. At our next meeting, you'll have, if you want to bring additional input, or you can always write letters and email as well.
Yeah, and this part of the meeting is for asking questions. I could be called out of order if I don't do that. And justly so, that's the way the rules are, but not necessarily fair. Okay, let's move on. Question period, I brought up, I believe, 3 times in the past that the definition of what took place at question period was incorrect. And Mayor Minions, you agreed to that and apologized. And it happens 3 times afterwards, and again, you acknowledge that it was a wrong explanation as to what you can do in question period, such as you can bring up things that isn't necessarily brought up at that particular meeting. Now, since then, and this is important to me, probably the only one in the valley, but nevertheless, is that it came out that you could only ask questions at the committee of the whole if it was pertaining to that meeting. And as I said, you acknowledged that that was a mistake, and I accept that. But there was nothing that I know of that was printed to inform the people. Oh, okay, if you have, I'm really happy about that. But I've never seen anything that's been printed.
Yeah, so thank you, Mr. Anderson. We do have new wording just tonight on my desk here. So question period for a committee of the whole, an opportunity for the public to ask questions of council for those participating electronically, blah, blah, blah. But just for, and it probably should say of the committee, rather than of council, but there's no specification on what you can ask questions about. And just again, I know that you know this was what happened, but it wasn't that we were not following the right practice. It was that it was misstated on our agenda. We were following the practice of allowing people to ask questions of whatever they wanted.
I'm not going to get into that. It's corrected now. And the reason I wanted to do that is if people referred back 5 years from now and said, oh, look, you can't ask those questions. There's nothing in writing that would say, no, that was corrected. So it's just paperwork, but thank you for doing that. Last meeting, we talked about the seniors committee, something I still believe in. I wasn't talking on behalf of the MPRA because they didn't know I was going to come up here. But I mentioned that I had my own ideas as to how it could work and successfully work. And I asked members of the council that I would like to sit down with at least one person and just sort of go over some of my ideas. I didn't expect a call from anyone. I'll be quite honest about that, and I never did get one. So I have to wonder if the council really is interested in personally having a seniors committee, and that's a question I'd like to put to them through yourself, Mayor Minions, as to what are they against a committee, a seniors committee, or why are they not showing any interest? Just as I had mentioned about the what was the other thing it was? The conduct. And I asked some people, the council, to please let me give you some input as to why I think it would have saved a lot of problems in the previous term. Other than council mainly coming up and saying, okay, but no one was interested in hearing. Whether it's because I brought it up, I know I'm not in the top of the list of people that you want to talk to, but I think that's a mistake because I sometimes don't present myself too well, but I do. It works up there quite well, and I do have ideas that could benefit everyone if anyone was ever interested in talking about it. So because no one's contacted me, what I'm saying to you is I say you're not, the whole council is not interested in pursuing a committee of the whole for seniors that's established within. You brought up a good idea when you said anyone can form a committee and you would put a person on, but one group being that committee doesn't work. It has to be assortment of people from different areas. And so I'm asking, is the council all in line with, you don't want to pursue a committee of the whole? Haven't heard back from anyone, so that's what it tells me.
If anyone wants to comment, they can, and I'll
They
go to
can.
Councillor Mealy. I think that as a council, we're always cognizant of the administrative time that we have available. And so to properly resource a committee is a financial decision. Not to say that council, and I would say one that council has not considered. So it's not just a matter of adding additional work for our staff midway through the year. It's a consideration to make at budget alongside other decisions. Councillor Mealy.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I totally agree. There's going to be a financial cost to that. But in saying that, I mean, a seniors committee, I'd be for it. I mean, I walk into Save on Foods and it seems like the senior committee talks to me every time and going out. So, and I say this with a tongue in cheek, of course, but in saying that, yes, I would be in support. And Mr. Anderson, if there's a time in the future that we can get together, I have a day off tomorrow. Perhaps if you've got time in the morning, 8 o'clock.
No, I've got some. I'll be in Nanaimo there.
All right, so maybe on a Sunday then, and any other day. Okay.
Having some.
But I will be.
But I'm certainly willing to sit down. But I want to prepare a constructive input to provide to you in my I hate the word vision, but my plans. And the other thing is I'm looking forward to it's 4. It'll be very quick. I'm looking forward to the review of the reserve policy. I think I found myself agreeing with Mayor Minions on that one. I know, I surprised myself. Anyway, thank you.
I don't know if that was a question, Neil. Call you out of order. Are any other members of the public wanting to ask questions tonight? Okay, seeing none, would somebody like to move adjournment? Moved by Councillor Mealy, seconded by Councillor Dame. All in favor? Carried. Meeting adjourned.